Alright guys, welcome. Sorry for the interruption here. Hopefully you guys hitting F5 still might hopefully work. And Saribot just lifted emote only mode, so we should be good to go. Alrighty, yeah. I don't know, there's like, it's been like raining here. I think some of this storm has just been a little crazy. We are live. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here. All right, let's open up some packages. All right. First up.
How does rain affect Wi-Fi?
It's not Wi-Fi. It's just literally like the ground connection of the internet. I'm not even wireless right now. I'm wired. I think it's like possibly could just be messing with the actual fiber optics. All right. First package.
Someone needs to invent a product. Oh wait. Man, what if this is a really good idea and someone steals it? No, I'm not gonna say it. But it has to do with Wi-Fi being affected by microwaves.
A blocker. All right.
Yeah.
First package here. Oh. We got here a Rode PSA 1. I actually had this already, but I gave it to Ada. So Ada has it. So I just needed to buy another one. So we'll get this set up. I have another mic that's on back order right now, so hoping to be able to use this together with it. So Rode PSA 1 is it's like a boom arm for a microphone. Something that either you could clamp or like grommet it to a desk. All right. Package 2. Package number 2.
Package 1.
You just said it.
I didn't see it.
Is a microphone boom arm.
Whoa.
Yeah, I already had one in the past, but I gave it to Ada, so I need another one. Alright, second package from Dan Keebs. We got a sticker, we got this candy cane, and most importantly, got these guys. Some JWK Poseidon switches. I don't know if I ordered enough. I needed some extras, and then I forgot to get the extras, but I think I have enough for a build. I just wished I had more, but we'll figure something out about this.
Is that your second package?
This is my second package, yes.
Are those switches?
Yeah. I think this might be a long pole switch. Maybe it's a good thing I didn't buy extras.
Long pole switch. Whoa.
That is a long pole. I was never given the impression that this pole was going to be long. But alright, I guess it's a good thing I didn't buy more. So one of the guys in the car right now, yes, my two co-hosts here. Andy, who's probably in a car, and Alex, who might be in a car.
I'm at home.
Alex, who might be at home.
Yeah, bro. I just be driving in traffic. My favorite thing to do.
And at work today, we had like a happy hour, and this icebreaker question was a hot dog a sandwich?
Well, is it?
Oh shit.
Yeah, and I just said yes because I really don't give a shit. But there's a lot of people that feel adamantly about no.
I'd say no too. It's in its own like whole world. Yeah.
All right, is it a sandwich if you take a bowl and then you pour milk in first and then you put cereal in it and then you pour milk in it again?
Yeah.
All right.
Your work be starting fights, huh?
Yeah. But we had like a handful of sandwich believers. But the USDA officially calls hot dogs a sandwich. So,
Ah,
The
Interesting.
USDA know, bro.
more than you,
Who's fact checking them?
not
Alright.
you.
real quick, I'm gonna give an FYI. I'm working on this board here. This is not gonna be long enough. This is the board I've been driving, and what I'm trying to do right now is I'm gonna open it up because I've been noticing some weird sounds periodically coming out of it, like popping sounds. I've never had popping sounds out of a keyboard before.
You.
So I wonder if there's a weird thing going on with the actual circuit board, or if maybe these screws are popping out or something. Launchables says some may consider them tacos. Is a hot dog a taco?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna argue this.
Tacos are also sandwiches.
Spacebar thinking, no, it's something worse. There's just literally pops, random pops. Sometimes when I wake up my machine, I'm like, is there something wrong? I just want to check up on this and then we'll get started with the K. This seemed unnecessary for me to take out this big box. I'm wearing long sleeves today. Is it really cold down there for you guys?
Yeah, it's very cold. I wore a really thick coat.
Cheap PCBs that have a microphone on them that could function as a speaker. What? Like a solenoid? Alright, let's take a look. I just constantly lose stuff on this. Like, I like this desk mat because it doesn't show dirt, but then I just lose everything.
You lose yourself.
Literally just lost the driver. There it is. Okay, I think the pops could be these weird, the situation here where the screws are coming undone because there might be a different kind of like actual, what is it called, pitch to the screw. Luckily last time around I did figure out that wait, Snoozerton. Oh, my bad, Snoozerton. Sorry, what happened here at Snoozerton, I'm gonna have to refund when I can. What ended up happening was Alex redeemed open a package already, and for the 2 that I had. And then like my stream disconnected for a second. I had some connection issues, I think because of the storm. So then the stream started back up, and then I guess we still had
Don't
this
worry about
situation.
it. I can do that.
You can redeem it? Or, sorry, refund it?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Alex.
I forget how.
There's like a queue or rewards queue, and then if you just hit reject, it should refund. But Zuzaten, welcome.
I found it. Reject. You're the reject. You're a jerk. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay, so I heard 2 pops. So I'm guessing it might be these 2 screws that kind of went undone. And I wonder if like I'll just continue. I'll have to continue doing this over time, but who knows? I don't know when I'll come back to this next. Usually after I build a keyboard, I rotate it out, or I rotate my previous one out. So there's a storm where you are? Yeah, I mean it's been weirdly like rainy. I was out of town for a little bit, and when I came back, my bike was like fully fallen over on my balcony. Does the board get moved around a lot? Popping without it being moved would be odd. Yeah, this board had a general issue of like something weird was happening with how these screws were tapped and the screws that they included. Like the threading is different or something. So we're just gonna fix this before I get to the K. I appreciate you guys being patient before I get to this build. Where did tweezers go? I feel like I'm just losing a lot of stuff here. Tweezers gone. So I heard 2 pops, so I think it's these 2 loose screws. I struggle getting them out though. That's the problem. Something that'll pry this out better. What? Magnetism. One of them isn't magnetized, and even for the one that is, I don't think like it's not popping out. So it's just like the bite inside of the actual tapped screw hole is kind of, it's just messed up. And so we had a solution from last time around, which was to just like try to stuff it with PTFE tape, which actually like it does get it to bite. And that's why we're trying to get this out so we can just stuff some PTFE tape in there. This crazy man. Okay, I got one. On top of that, there's a few places where the screws didn't even really properly work. Okay. And maybe... where'd I throw them? I had to put in a couple of replacement screws in there, but maybe we could try putting them back after we try the PTFE tape biting. Alright, I'm just trying to just very sloppily wrap this tape around this screw. And we're just gonna kind of see will it actually fit in. Is your JWK? Ooh, JWK on HHKB? Just like a snow, like the new one, the 25th anniversary, maybe. Don't think this worked the way I wanted it to. Snow. Oh, nice. Real good. I love when people are like, when the community just kind of like branches out. I feel like MX is great, but there's a whole world out there, you know? So I love anyone who will plug Topre or Alps or literally anything that's not MX based, because there's so much. There's so much to the world of keyboards. Alright, I feel like I've messed this up. Gonna need another attempt here, so long as I can get this out. Maybe I'll work on this later, because I just feel like I want to get started on the K. Wish there was more Alp support for caps. There are group buys. There's a couple of group buys already, like kind of in the queue, and I think working towards production right now. Between DCS, what was it, Pingmaster, as well as DCS 9009. There's also been talks about doing a white on black, and all of these are being run through Signature Plastics. So they're coming, and I think, like, you know, these couple of them did meet MOQ, which is good. I actually myself got 2 909 sets. But yeah, you're right in saying that there's a limiting factor. I mean, if it were up to me, everything would just be nice, you know, GMK stuff. But that's hard. It's hard to do. Alright, I feel like I've got this screw stuck in after trying this second attempt, which is pretty annoying. I gotta say. Honestly, I have no idea where to get started with Alps. Little support, not too many vendors. Yeah, no, I could give you my perspective on it. I think that there's a general like, so with Alps, your best bet for like Alps customs would be you have to go 60%. Like you can go TKL, but your best bet is 60%, honestly. And once you realize that, what you'll end up realizing is that like there's essentially just such a big market, a big faction of 60% users who use that like very standardized type of PCB where there's a upper left hand side USB connector. This one's not standard, but there's an upper left hand side USB connector, and there's just a ton of PCBs that are built like that. And then with that said, you start to realize, okay, what cases support this PCB? For the most part, they're like the ones that you'll kind of easily be able to find are tray mount keyboards, like tray mount cases. But you can find some things like top mount cases that basically offer the same thing. In some cases, you can even find other types of mounting styles too that just accept this style of PCB. Then you realize that they make Alps versions of these types of PCBs, not just MX. So then what you'll need from there is like figuring out how to get a plate cut if you need to, which I have found is not really particularly that hard. Like at least for me, like you can open it up in something like Illustrator or just like pre-generated plate files that work with tray mounts or work with like any given specific type of board. You can open them up in something like Illustrator or just some other kind of design software or even CAD software, and then just modify all of the cutouts to be Alps instead of MX. So yeah, like, I don't know. There's a lot to kind of like look at, but like in my head, I think like for me, in my head, it's become not that complicated. Like to me. The last hard part is like really figuring out what you're gonna do about stabilization and keycaps, because like your keycaps will dictate what stabilizers you use, and what stabilizers you use have to manifest themselves properly into the plate, so that's a consideration that you have. A lot of High-NES PCBs have ALP support. I think those would be a good place to start. In a way, like the High-NES, here's my thing. We're going to work on this K today, and it's my first time using a High-NES PCB. What I understand is that these High-NES PCBs are like daughter board based, so they don't have that same type of connector. I don't know if you can just attach one. You might be able to, but I guess I don't know because I haven't really looked at a High-NES PCB, but we will shortly. So you could, but then you'll have to realize, okay, if you're using a High-NES PCB, and I don't know, I don't want to speak too soon because I haven't actually like looked at it. You might have to consider like, okay, are you going to throw this into like a board that specifically uses High-NES PCBs? In which case then it becomes like just slightly more complicated, because then you'll have to like do a search out for these plate files. But yeah, it could work. Okay, this thing is like stuck in now. This was not that great of an idea, trying to use the same screw from before. I have these like M2 screws. I think I got them from Zeal. They're just like these short stabilizer screws like this. I think I should be using this. I really just want to like free this from captivity, and then I think I might just move on to the K. This is crazy. Okay, I think I got it. But you know what? I'm still gonna work with this. Let's try this one more time with this shorter gold M2. That's like a stabilizer screw. I was able to get this to work on the other spare case. So I think this could be our path to success here. So let's just try this really quick, and if it works out, it works out. But if it doesn't, then we'll cut this part short and then just move on to the K. Situation. I can show off that K. I wanna be able to show it off because color is nice, but we're gonna be working on the build itself for some time. I'm looking around on Matthias' website. Have you ever bought from them? Yes. I like Matthias. I think that I'm just gonna be totally honest. Other people don't like the Matthias line of products. I do, personally. I think, so Matthias specifically, what they produce is essentially an Alps clone. They're called Matthias switches. And they basically are Alps. What did I throw in here? Is this a tri-wing? I actually pulled a tri-wing out by accident. I don't even know where this came from. Yeah, so they provide keycaps. They provide like these Alps clone switches. But the keycaps are like some kind of like cheap-ish OEM blanks. Let me get one more screw, or I'm gonna grab my whole stabilizer box. But they provide that stuff. They also provide pre-builts that use their Matthias switches. And I have one. I have a couple of pre-builts that use Matthias switches. One from Matthias, and then one from like another pre-built company, KB Paradise. So. I like it. What I think, if you look around and just look at people talking about Matthias, one thing, there's a couple things that'll end up showing up. Like you'll find a lot of results from like 2015 saying that these switches are super wobbly. Like they're just like wobbly beyond belief. And it's true. And I think that's one reason why I don't hate them as much as other people do, is that I don't really care a whole lot about wobble. But it's like it's a big no-no, I guess, to a lot of people in the hobby. But they did after about 2016 or 2017, they improved their tooling to be like less wobbly, so that's only better. But yeah, like if you're looking for just something in stock where you can basically get, you know, it's almost Alps, you know, it's an Alps clone. But if you're looking for something in stock, like, yeah, I'd go to Matthias. Otherwise, you're gonna have to look to like harvest vintage Alps switches from older boards, and depending on how much you like hunting, I mean that'll be a whole thing. All right, there's definitely something wrong with this screw hole. I don't mind the idea of going with Matthias, just curious on what other options are there. Yeah, it's literally, you'd have to harvest from something. You'll have to look for vintage like Alps, like that are authentic to harvest from. Or, I mean, you could also possibly, you might also end up like, if you're looking really like for deep cuts, you might end up finding other Alps clones. But it's, I mean, it's all like at that point, like, these things are going to be just like much less common just in general. So yeah, Yeah, I mean, if you're curious on just starting and like your easiest path, honestly, like would be to like maybe possibly consider one of these Matthias pre-builds, but you'd have to really take it with a grain of salt because they really differ from, like they're close-ish, but they do differ from like authentic Alps. I like them, but I would just hope that it wouldn't sour your or anybody's experience, because real Alps are really nice. Yeah, this is not working how I really want it to. I get this like infinite spinning specifically on this screw. I don't have experience with authentic Alps, thankfully. Yeah. I'll just throw this out there. Pretty much what I think is my personal favorite switch, I think of just like all switches, possibly, is Brown Alps. There is a Franken switch out there, like a Franken switch for MX that people have used to kind of replicate Brown Alps. Like when I felt it, I was like, this feels like Brown Alps. And I found out that that was like kind of the intent. People were trying to figure out what they could hack together to make it feel like Brown Alps. Now, if you know me, I hate Franken switches. I hate Franken switch names. So I'll commonly avoid saying what the Franken switch name is because I don't know. I just don't really like these made up names. But what I'll tell you is like it's made up of like what parts it's made out of, which is probably more helpful. As I recall, it's basically a halo stem, panda top, and a Zelio bottom, and then like a heavy-ish spring. Like it has to be probably at least 68 grams or so. Alright, we're gonna try this one more time. I know we've been burning a lot of time here and we haven't started this K build, but I'm just too curious of the prospect of getting this to work. I also feel like I may have stuffed too much tape in there in advance. An expensive Franken switch? Yeah, it is. It is. But I you know what I find interesting is like it's an expensive Franken switch, and if you know the name, you can like look it up. People will call it an expensive Franken switch, and there's a bunch of people who kind of like swear by it, but I also feel like it is not common knowledge that this was made to replicate Brown Alps. Like I didn't know that until way later, like way after I had felt both of them, like original Brown Alps and this Franken switch. All right. Last attempt here before I give up. Ooh, that might have worked. I feel a bite there. I think there's a ping. I reintroduced some kind of spacebar ping, possibly, but I don't care at this stage. I literally just wanted to fix these screws, and I've done that, so. Let's throw it all back together, and then let's get started on this K. Sorry, I'm kind of watching this basketball game on the side here. Something weird has happened. I'm trying to figure it out. Oh, I thought I was watching a replay, but this is live. Wow, terrible. Oh! That was crazy. Sorry. Sorry, Wayne Ellington on the Lakers just tied the game with 2 seconds to go. Man, I for sure thought that was out of bounds. Incredible. Alright, we're putting this back together, and then we will get started. Show off the goods here. Anyone who's been here, I apologize for being essentially an hour late to start. But we will start. And hopefully this build won't take more than 3 hours. But who knows? Yep, there's a tick. There's a tick there. I can plug it up, or I can try to plug it up, but I'm not gonna bother right now because we're gonna put this board out of rotation anyways by the time this is all done. These are all stabilizer. Alrighty. Gonna need these stabilizers, so. It's been cold out lately. See me wearing some long sleeves, not really a common thing. Wearing this from Kanye's Sunday Service, Coachella 2019. Oops. Alright, oh man, come on. I missed this. One more screw. Alrighty. Okay. Time to put this to the side and time to show you what I've got here. So, let's take a look. Is that right side up? I think that's right side up. Pull this out. Show it off. We got a nice little cloth here. You got this, what looks to be a map. Is that a map of Singapore? Enjoy your new K. Oh, with this sticker popped out. Install the switches and stabilizers onto the PCB and plate. Flip the top piece of the case upside down. Oh, no, that's number 4. Install the daughter board piece at the bottom of the case. Install the O-ring. Put the case upside down. Place the top piece with the internals installed onto the bottom piece by aligning the screw holes. You should not see the bottom piece from the sides after the alignment process. Attach the PCB and plate combination onto the top piece by stretching the O-ring along the ridges of the case. You may need to use a little force to ensure it does not slip. I like these little worker guys in the diagram. Okay, so this looks like a little complicated once you get to step 5, but I think that this is something that has been talked about from before. And I've always been curious about how these seamless designs work, but it looks like what's supposed to happen is you attach screws to the top before there's keycaps mounted on, as I understand. So we'll come back to this, but for anyone who wants to see it, before we actually go and get started with the build. There's in this bag, and by golly, this is a crazy thing we've got here. Look at this. Olive green. We've got olive green here, brass bottom. So this is a heavy boy. Looks like these are the screws that attach the top to the bottom. And that's how they make it look seamless. We're probably, I think, a B subboard, yep. Got the K right here. Oh, it's not plugged in. So yeah, I think we'll come back to it because one thing we're gonna need to do a few things. We gotta test the PCB, then we gotta do the stabilizers, and then do all the mounting from there. And that always takes me like no less than a billion years to do so. We'll come back to this, but anybody who's out there who wants a good look, here it is, guys. Brass bottom olive K. Such a, like, it's just such an interesting board. And for those of you who might want to see this, we are going to be running some pewters. So this is going to be a very like earth tone board. The only thing I wished was so the brass bottom version of this this case, like when you order, like when you wanted the brass version, it doesn't come with a matching aluminum plate. Like it by default comes with, oh wait a second. Oh, interesting. I am wrong. Huh. I didn't need to buy an extra alu plate. I thought it was supposed to come with a brass plate. But I guess I missed the memo. Oh, perfect. Okay. Well, not perfect because I think this was like a $60 plate. I was under the impression it by default came with a brass plate, but I guess I was wrong. So this looks like a foam of some sort. It's weird because it's really filmy on the inside. I don't know if it's a film. I don't think it's a film you can take off, but it is interesting, I suppose. Oh wow, wait, this came with stabilizers. That's pretty chill. I even got to use my own stabilizers for this. It's already all here. Used in place of tape mod? I guess so. As I understand, this would probably just line the bottom. I think. Yeah, I think literally you line it to the bottom. You don't affix it to the PCB as far as I understand. Here's our Heine PCB. So let's take a look. Hey, while we're here, because you were asking about the Heine. The H60, like I mean, all of Heine's, as I understand, have the like cutouts for Alps. And so I guess what this really entails then is I pointlessly have this K plate, which I could maybe try to sell Or, I don't know. Just, I could do a second build. Okay. So here we are. This is an H60. It looks like it's specially for, like it was printed as part of Monokei working on this because there's the Monokei logo. Klaus, welcome. Okay, so, there it is. Right there. So you can see there actually is like a potential for you to use a USB connector right here. But typically, if you're getting a Hiney H60, I think most people who are designing keyboards and designing it around the H60 are probably building a daughter board based design. But yeah, you could theoretically just solder your own connector here if you wanted to. And then this essentially allows you to use this as like an Alps-based PCB, which is pretty cool. Did not know that. You think Alps will still work with the daughter board? Yes, yes, they should. So my understanding is that, like, I mean, these are just like, oops. These guys right here are just shared traces. So it's that like Alps, like, I mean, the configuration, the actual design of an Alps switch is just like gonna hit the same way. Like it's gonna make contact and send signal in the same way that an MX switch would, but the cutouts are just a little bit different. But the contacts are still shared. It's still all gonna get to the same place. So yeah, you could do an Alps K. The holdup on doing an Alps K would be you need the plate file because Alps is not gonna fit right off the bat into these switch cutouts. So you do need to go and like find this plate design, which I don't know that they've offered. They may have, but I don't know that they have. And then like you're gonna have to modify basically every single one of these guys. And it's a different size cutout. I think it's like, this is like square or close to square. Alps meanwhile is a little like shorter, a tiny bit shorter and a bit wider. So that's kind of the difference. Alrighty. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put this to the side, the actual plate. The rest of this we're also gonna put to the side for a long while we wait a second here. Let's see. Yeah, so we're gonna put this away for a long while because it's gonna be a while before we get to mounting. Olive green, yes. It really is that way, Klaus. It really is a chef's kiss. Now, okay. Again, I want to point out I stupidly bought 2 alu plates. Like, it came with an alu plate that's like anodized green, which is gonna look fucking fantastic. But I had thought that it was coming with a brass plate, so I wanted to get alu, and I realized that was pointless. But this does provide me an opportunity to either sell this or do a second build in it if I get my hands on another H60. So, all right, let's put this back together. I'm going to wrap this back up. Getting all fat and eating some Indonesian pineapple cookies someone at work gifted everyone. Ooh, nice. It's cool when like people cook for you. I have made like muffins and stuff for work before, and I had a lot of fun doing it, but this is a long time ago. I don't think I've baked in a couple of years. Nastar. I might be pronouncing that wrong, but that's cool. That's super chill. Right, let's throw this all back in here for now. Meanwhile, all of this stuff. Oh, that's my receipt that has a bunch of personal info in it. Okay, so a few things now. Let's try and test this out. Oh. my screwdriver that fell. Yeah, let's just pull this out. Oh, I need a... there's no connector, so I need to use this. Alright. I'm seeing that the Lakers have about 40 seconds left and the game is tied. Let's take a look and see what happens while I put this together. Oh my god. Westbrook with the 3? He never hits those. Oops. Oh, would I have forgot? Ah, damn it. Hold up. I gotta pull this apart. I need to bring this guy back into play and I need to open via. Alright, my first time using an H60. Pretty cool experience so far. Damn it, I may have wanted to flip this, but it's okay. We'll just do it this way. And let's also change this layout in advance. MX HHKB. Split backspace, split right shift. Did you get a Crow World 60? Yes, I got one in the first sequence. So this was back in September. I missed the the add-ons purchase period for that time, but I got in on the second. Oh my god, you actually banked that. I got it on the second add-ons period, so I just added some gaskets on today. Just because I know I'm going to mess up. I usually mess up on gaskets. But yes, I did get a CW60. I got it in pink, HHKB. So it's going to be my first pink board. I'm pretty excited about that. I was thinking about getting pink for the K over a year ago, but I missed the K, and so this was on extras that I bought this. So I got the pink in Crow World 60, and then I got the green in this. So pretty chill. All right. That and like that. Backspace. Control. Blah, 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 left shift. Da, da, da. Okay, this should be layers M01. Basic. We're gonna make this right alt, right win. Should be good there. I guess we'll leave these. I don't think there even are lights on this. Oh, there are. There absolutely are. Hey, 20V, what's going on? How's it going? Hope you've been well. Thanks for tuning in. I am working on this layout. I'm trying to watch this Laker game. Last few seconds here. Looks like it's going to be going in a double overtime. Let's take a look. I can't show this on stream though, and that's the issue. I can't do this without the express written consent of the NBA. Oh, Austin Reeves! Oh my god! Oh, he actually did it. Wow, dude, the rookie. The scrawny rookie actually hit the game-winning shot. Hold on, I I got a message. Where's my phone? I got to message the guys. Where's my phone? What'd you guys do with my phone? You guys steal my phone? I think you guys stole my phone. Oh, there it is. It's been good. How you been? Oh, I've been good. We're putting this key together. I've been okay. So hold up. I gotta send a message to the guys, real fast. Okay, so I have a real admission to make here. I have a lot of things that I've purchased. A lot of I've basically amassed myself a huge backlog of keyboards to build, and I apologize because I don't mean for that to sound like a flex. But it's just like I'm just realizing like, oh, it's kind of gotten a little bit out of control, and so I'm really trying to put together this schedule of like when I can actually build these things, because I want to be able to share this like over live stream. So we're gonna have a lot, like, I don't know if you guys realize, but you know, I've basically kind of moved to full like 100% keyboard streams over the last like 5 months. And this will actually continue along for some time. This will be another, like, at least 6 months or so full keyboard content. And on top of that, I'm gonna be trying to do like more keyboard streams, like more streams in general. So look out for what I'm gonna hope is about 2 to 3 streams a week of just keyboard content. So gotta wear away at it, you know. Okay, so let's put this together. This should be like this. Up, left, right, down. This is page up, page down, home, and this should be like this. Fuck, is it like this? I always forget what order it is. And then these right here should be like this. Oh, you know what? These I need to change. I gotta move these to somewhere else. So this should be GMK lighting, and then these I need to change to F row. And then insert, delete. And I think that should be it. Play? Wow, there's a play button on here. I don't know why I've never thought of that. That's cool. I'm watching this replay real fast. Oh my god. That's such a crazy ass ending. Alright, sorry, we gotta do this testing now. Alright. Oh, I realize this is backwards. Okay. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I forgot the sounds. That's what I need. Ah, I need... Where did I put those other ones? Okay, here they are. So I need this guy while I press another thing. There we go. Perfect. I don't know which one's which, to be honest. I'm just guessing by this point. Okay, this looks good. Yep, and then I don't need this whole stabilizers box because it came with stabilizers. So sick. So sick. Alright. What's next in line? Oh, you know what I need to do that I didn't do? I need a heavier spacebar. I need a... Oh, what should I throw in there? I need a heavier... I need like a clear switch or something. That's what I need. Okay, let me go grab my work mat. I'll do some stabilizers, and then I gotta think really hard about what switch that I want to use for the spacebar. Meanwhile, I'm gonna throw on another NBA game. I can just peek at it in the background. Looking like I might get my U80 within this decade from what ROM I've been posting. Right on. I saw that there was a M60B teaser. It's weird. I feel weird knowing that, like, I'm just gonna throw this out there. I feel weird knowing that there's like a bunch of like Rama drama, but then, like, you know, some of the stuff, like, it comes out and like, oh, interesting. Like, I'm still gonna be doing like A/B tests with my two Karas. I still, like, I don't know, I guess I still have interest in, like, you know, I have a thermal coming in. I still have like interest when I see these like photos of the M60A, the M60B. I'm so like curious, like, I guess what I heard is that the B is supposed to use the mute mount. Where the A that everyone has is like an integrated plate. So I'm guessing this is the one I don't need. I feel like Ron was trying to be supreme with other weird side. That is actually, I didn't think about that, but I do get what you mean. I didn't think that he was trying to be supreme. I just thought it was really weird that they're just like branching out to all the other stuff. But I didn't think of it as like a comparison to Supreme. Rama fire extinguisher win. When you get the Rama Skittles and the Rama firewood. The Rama motorbike. I just remember like lightning just being like they're moving away from keyboards and into jars. They're into jars. Alright, need my lube here. And also my lube here. I'm gonna go grab. I had found some old microfibers I was using for the purposes of BDZ. So I'll throw that right there. Ah, I also realize I'm not even on the right camera. What is a chancla? Rama belt. A slipper. Oh, got it. This is not the right one. Okay. Let's do this, guys. I also just I'm just throwing this out there. I have like no fewer than 1 billion switches, and this is a problem of why my backlog is so large, is because I have all these boards, and like I do have like, I mean, I have days that I could be streaming, but I have all these boards that I've just been too lazy to tune my switches, and I just like, I realize I need to get in on it, because I don't really want to build the board without tuning it, because then I'll just never feel like it's finished. And I mean, I guess over time I am getting like more used to, like, I used to come into these streams and just say like, I don't care if my board is like untuned, but you know, I have gotten kind of used to it. I've become a little bit more snobby, I suppose. You're doing the wrong thing. But honestly, for the most part, it's like yeah, I like it a little better when, you know, everything is lubed. The stabilizers and switches are lubed. But for the most part, I still want to do it just because it makes it feel like I actually worked on it. It feels like a complete project. The board is complete. But I don't do it because it's just so much damn work. Like I lubed 70 switches like over the last like 24 hours, or like the last day here, and I don't know. In summation, it must have been probably like 4 hours of work for 70 switches. I actually brush lube my springs too, and that probably doesn't make it easier, but yeah, like, because I don't tune my switches, then it's like I don't, like, I've been buying boards faster than I can build them, and so like I ended up like, and then like I'll have these like times where it's like I'll go a month without building it, yet I've bought like 2 boards in that month. Like, oh yeah, I'll go a month without building a new board, but I've already bought like 2 or 3 in that time to add to the queue. So I'm just like, it's just stupid, it's goofy, and there's all these rebuilds I need to do from old ones. I need to harvest some switches so I can throw them into other ones, because a lot of times, like, to be perfectly honest, I like kind of like matching the switch colors to the case colors or the key set colors, even though you don't really see it. I know it's goofy. I know some people do it, but I know it's goofy. So yeah, I've had these like JWK Pewters for such a long time, but I've just like never touched them. But then I look at this and I realize, oh, we can make this like K be like pretty like earth toned. I've been forcing myself to only enter raffles for boards instead of buying unlimited buy boards to artificially limit my spending now. So I mean, for me, like my artificial limiting for myself is like I only buy HHKBs, which makes sense. It's like, you know, I've always been, I was just like, yeah, I only type HHKBs. I only use HHKBs, but I'm like, this is my means of limiting myself. But I see what you mean. Like, you'd rather save the money and in turn, like, only do these boards that you'd have only like a chance to get, because one, you might not get it, so then you don't have to spend the money, but two is that if you do get it, then it's like at least like a board that you'll cherish because you know it's rare. So that's an interesting way to look at it. I think what's hard is like, I don't know, some of those are like pretty private buys, and like for me, like I guess like I want to, but I'm not like close to like private buys or like private groups like that. Some, but not like everybody, you know. I feel like on top of that, I don't think they commonly happen for 60% or HHKBs. But yeah, and I'm sure that they're like a little bit rarer to actually run. But that is financially wise, I'll give you that. I just get messaged by friends on the private Discord board project. Yeah. Alright, I mean, not because I know they're private, you don't have to disclose what they are, but like, have you seen very many private 60% or private HHKB? Pizza's here? Right on. Okay. Most are TKL. Yeah, I figure. Most are basically, yeah, 20V. They're like mostly TKL. They're mostly just things that are at least bigger than a 60%. Like they're 65s, or I guess, yeah, for the most part TKLs. Alrighty, insert time. Alright, for those who are in here, appreciate you guys being here. Sui board, 65%. I know that there's like, the Mix 65 is like a private board. I know that. I know that there's the Say Cinco, I think that's what it was. Those are the two that I know. And it's just like, I mean, as cool as they are, it's that situation where I'm limiting myself because I know that, like, well, I only want to get HHKBs. I only use HHKBs. So I don't have to think of buying it. But then I spend so much on HHKBs. And on plastic, too. I spend a lot on plastic. With my luck, I've been winning. Oh, no. It's not, your plan's not even working. Got the bias and the lamey. In the span of 2 weeks, RIP Christmas wallet. Oh no. Ooh, last month was rough. Just with Black Friday and my idiocy. Was it Black Friday? I got, oh, I can probably look up what all the stuff I got. Just keyboard and non-keyboard stuff. Oh, I you know, sometimes like I'll join group buys and then I regret it. And very, very rarely I will join group buys and then immediately regret it. If you want to know what I'm referring to, it's I'm now regretting, like, I have all these in buy, but like I'm regretting I'm not that interested in Rama metal caps anymore. Personally, it's like I don't know how to put it other than like I've received some and I've used some and they just like feel kind of like weird to me, like especially when they're like infill. So like there's been buys recently where it's just like I've already started feeling like this, like that I didn't even like Ramas, and then I still ended up adding like Ramas to my group buy orders and stuff. So I'm like I'm pretty much stopping buying all these Rama keycaps and Hibby. I'm gonna no longer buy Hibbies and Ramas and stuff. Don't blame me for the CW60 US. No, I appreciate it. I actually do appreciate it. The CW60 is crazy. I can't wait till mine comes in. Anyways, I'm taking a look at what I bought month of November. I got in on the Y.6. I got in, this is the one I immediately regret, was a Classicer, GMK Classicer. It's not a board, but it's a key set where I'm just like, I don't know why I bought this. I ended up buying the Keeb Concrete, the concrete case. I ended up buying this one wasn't even a buy. I bought this off of Lightning. I bought the LZCLS SXH. Yes, and then yes, that was the thing. At the very end of the month, I ended up buying the Victus Sin. Yes, I got it in Smoky HHKB. So yeah, that was like, last month was a heavy month for board purchasing. And I'm like just lucky that it hasn't been so crazy this month. So far. But I did have, who's it? Somebody in here. I always forget. I apologize if you're in here. But someone here suggested last month, or like last week, the Quarky Z60. So I'm gonna have to buy that. But fortunately, that buy extends for like another month. I love how the plate looks through the blocker. You know, that's the funny thing about HHKBs is that like I never know how to feel about these like PC cases or just kind of like transparent cases, and like you see a blocker like through the blocker. It kind of like, I looked at the Victus and it kind of looked cool, but like typically like in the past I've just kind of thought like, oh, it's a little weird. I did end up getting an extra PC plate, so like I might not even get myself into a position where I use the brass and show that through. But we'll see. It'll come in. I'll decide how I want to build it. I'll see how I feel by then. What else did I order last month? I ended up ordering a bunch of Oh, you know what else came up last month? The PC Heavy Grail. I also bought that. The PC Heavy Grail I also got. So it's just like, oh man, that was like 5 boards I bought in 1 month. Just super irresponsible. And then, yeah, I ended up just getting other stuff. I had other key sets, other keyboard accessories, and then a bunch of like not even keyboard related stuff. And it's just like, November is always like, you gotta spend this so degenerately. Like, I feel like every year you're just working up till November comes around. The hell, did I not pull out the last? I guess I didn't get a last insert. The last insert's here somewhere. I just don't know where, cause oh, okay, no, it's in the bag. Huh. Sorry, I got sidetracked here by a bunch of people talking about the Liker game. Gotta stay focused here. We got a K to build. Yeah, we're an hour and a half in, still working on stabilizers. Still not even really even super close to done with the stabilizers for that matter. Gotta stay the course. Oh, Alex, thank you for that. I'm gonna actually, okay, so little tiny bit of life news. I did end up, I do now have a car. So after stream, I'm gonna do something I haven't done for literally years, which is I'm going to go drive out to go work out after this. First time doing so in a very, very long time. Also, this brush right here has seen better days. Might be time to replace this soon. So yeah, I'm excited for the possibility of going to work out later tonight. But I just hope that I want to go late, but I don't want to go too late. Oh shit, motherfucker. Just slipped out. This lube's too slippery. Oh fuck, man, I don't want to use this. These aren't even V2s, bro. How far of a drive is it? It shouldn't be too bad, like 20 minutes-ish. Watch you lose track of time by the time you realize it'll be too late. Ugh, I just wasted all this. Man, I didn't. Ugh. Man. Alright, I guess we're gonna redo this. Because we gotta use the. Yeah, we're not using this. Alright, I guess we're gonna have to redo some stabilizers here. I was like, what? Why is it so slippery? Why did it slip out? I was like, ah, shit. I didn't look. Zero brain, dude. Zero brain. No, not this bag. Dude, yeah, man, I got, man. That's some bullshit. Give me 1 second. Gotta figure out a few things. Okay. Ugh. How stupid. It's like, why would... I don't know. I'm just like... How do I put this? I don't know why... Okay. Yeah, I shouldn't say it, but I was still gonna say this. I would never use anything that's not at least like a Durag V2. Because... I just feel like I've been burned so many times, like with these wires popping out. Like when the wires pop out, it's just nonsense, dude. You know what I can do is I can probably just get away with doing these housings, and then I'll just like put the inserts in here. I don't even need these either. Bro, unbelievable, bro. You know what's crazy is that like I do have these like either they're V1s or they're like, I don't know, Zeal stabilizers or something. We'll do a comparison because I have these. I think these are Zeal stabilizers, and I'm just curious how close they are to like Duroc V1s. They honestly look almost exactly the same. Like that's the funny thing too, is that like I think about how like there are things that get sold that are like supposedly different. Antixius, hey, thank you for the 5 months, dude.
Woohoo.
Appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Okay, we have to redo some of this lubing, which is kind of annoying. So, but hopefully it won't be long. All right, so what I was saying here was what I realized is that like there's a bunch of things where they just, you know, they're sold, they're packaged, they're marketed, they're named differently. And I think within the community, like, you know, these things happen and then they come out and it's just like, oh, this is like the next trend. This is the next big thing. I'm trying this out. This is what I'm getting. People will kind of review these things, use it in a review. But what I think is like somewhat interesting is that like I do honestly think that there is a reality where sometimes these things are just where did this BDZ come from on my hand? I don't even remember which one I just lubed. I think it was this one. I think there is a reality where these things actually are like recolors to an extent. To an extent. So like, for example, I remember reading that there was like some realization that like the penguin switches that Kinetic Lab sells is very much, it's literally a variant, a recolor of a rah-rah switch. So then I start, like, it gets me to thinking like how many different actual like original equipment manufacturers there are in the world for all these products that get produced. Because at some point, like I'm pretty certain that like it's the same machine. It's the same machine that they're just pouring different material into. Like, yeah, like I guess like there is a difference when, you know, your housing's made of palm, like a top housing or whatever is made out of palm versus it's made out of PC or nylon. Like I presumably there is just like a literally a material difference. But I wonder, and like how many molds are there really compared to? Exactly. And like I would even venture to say, like, or to guess here, because like here's what I think. Like I think Theremin Goat offers like such an insane resource and has made himself like a really crazy figure here who basically just has all these switches, reviews like a good many of them. But like literally, unless we're there, unless I'm there, unless he's there, unless anyone is there on the production line, like how much of it really is just like possibly could be like a placebo effect. Like, I don't know, maybe Theramingo's been there, you know? Maybe he could say, maybe anybody who's in the community who's been there can say, but I can't. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because it's like, it's really prevalent, like among like, just, we don't know what a switch is, like for real. Like the thing is, like JWK could come out with like, you know, here's material 1 in the top housing, material 2 in the bottom housing, material 3 in the stem, and then like X grams of a spring that's like, you know, of this type. But it's just like, these are all just like, to some manufacturer who's like not in the hobby, these are just parts. These are literally just parts. So then you wonder, how many machines are there that are manufacturing these parts? How many different people or different companies are manufacturing these parts? Like, I don't know. I'm not there. And I can extend all of this that I'm saying here to like, quite literally, I have these Zeal stabilizers in front of me. Literally Zeal stabilizers, which have gotten some flack in the distant past of being expensive stabilizers. And I'm looking at them, and people will say like, oh, Zeal stabilizers, like they're expensive. They're pretty good, but they're expensive. And yet what was included here, I think, was these like JWK or Duroc stabilizers or whatever. And I'm looking at the different, like the literal visible difference between these stabilizers, or like the ones that I had incorrectly done from before, and I'm looking at the visible difference, and there's very little. Like that curve where the piece, like the wire is supposed to hook onto from both above and below, looks exactly the same. So is Zeal just selling like, you know, these what are essentially like every company is generic parts, and then it's just like rebranded? Who knows? And then I think about like how C3 has stabilizers, how there's like Gateron has stabilizers. Like they're kind of just recolors, like in my eyes. Like it just like looks that way. Just some food for thought, I suppose. For anyone just tuning in, I'm kind of ranting here, but I'm also having to do stabilizers for a second time because these included stabilizers with the K were actually not V2s, and I really only like V2s. I really only buy them. I have not yet tried what was it, the TX stabilizers or Stabies yet. I'm curious, but I also like, I'm curious about them, and I'm also at the same time picturing that like, while they'll probably be super great, I'm imagining there are like imperfections with them. Like I'm curious to see, and I'm glad. Part of me is like, I wish I had them on hand. I wish I could get in on the buys, but I just miss them. But the other hand is like, I'm glad to see that other people are kind of testing it out, but I'm also not glad that some people are probably formulating, oh, these are perfect, because I'm imagining like, I think TX has already announced that there's supposed to be a V2 that's supposed to accommodate for thicker PCBs, and it's like, well, I guess that wasn't accounted for in the first run. I wonder the same thing about Stabies. Like, is that going to be like quote unquote perfect? I saw that there was someone who did a comparison video showing that like the nylon isn't as, like the nylon has a little tiny tick that the PC doesn't have. All right, here we go. I'm gonna try to reuse this guy, and it's gonna be a mess, but we're gonna try it anyways. Haha, we did it. I feel they might be nice, but if I can get my stabilizers tuned perfectly, what else can you do once it's already complete? Exactly. Like, I think like if you've already silenced that, like I use XHT BDZ. I like XHT BDZ. You can achieve silent stabilizers using a cheaper lube. That's for sure. You could potentially achieve silent stabilizers without lube to begin with. Like I don't know if you guys realize that, but like sometimes like I here's the thing. I don't know if I've ever explained this to anybody before, but when I was in the hobby in the past, like I didn't fully understand how to lube stabilizers. So it's just that like there were just no resources on how to do it like properly to a point where you can like silence a stabilizer at least well enough. And so I would lube it and I'd still get tick, and that's just how my boards were. Like I just get tick on my boards and I just have to deal with it. But one thing that's worth mentioning is that sometimes it's literally like even without having properly lubed, you can still actually achieve like silence on maybe one side of your stabilizer literally by luck. Like just depending on how you've literally physically inserted the wire into the housing and how you've mounted this to the board, you might have lucked into its ability to actually use torsion to move the keys up and down upon pressing a key. And you may have lucked into that wire being inserted in a very, very specific way that doesn't actually cause wire to come in contact with anything, even if there's no lube. Like you can luck your way into it. There was a stream a few weeks back that Lil Stacks had where he was just comparing stabilizers from like different manufacturers or different stabilizers that you can buy. And I think he at some point had some stabilizers that like off the bat were not ticking even without lubing, and he was surprised and a lot of people were surprised. And here's the thing, I'm gonna bet that the people who were watching that stream might have thought that this particular stabilizer, like, holy shit, there's a chance that like, you know, you can get this and it doesn't rattle, let me just buy it. When in reality, I think that there's this chance that like he got lucky and got the RNG of it not ticking for literally that moment in how he's assembled it. So I don't know, the wire is 90% of the reason the sound, let's be real. Lube just hides the imperfect balancing. Yeah, exactly. So it's like I think it's just like, yeah, I don't know how to put it otherwise, but I find this situation interesting of just like how many OEM manufacturers like are there really, you know? I find that to be an interesting thought experiment, I suppose. Okay, okay, I've missed some of these messages here, so I'll go back in order here. Like, I only watch H Linus for entertainment rather than anything else. This part seems very applicable. Is this something I should be watching on stream? I feel like I might get DMCA'd here. Okay, I very much probably will. I currently have it on mute. So I'll probably, yeah, I've heard that there's some pretty gnarly claims on those guys, so I'll watch that outside of stream. Okay. Okay, Antixius, unless there's something else available in a color or design, I'm fine with V2 stabilizers from anywhere, regardless of manufacturers. For example, Wukei's Aurora stabilizer is not going to pop out whatsoever. I don't know. For me, like, I really only trust the visible, like when the design looks like Duroc V2s. So I've only ever bought Duroc V2s. Literally, when I look at like GMK, Old Cherry, C3, Duroc V1, Zeal, they literally, like, to me, to my eyes, when I look at the stabilizer design, to me they all look the same. And what that means to me is that, like, if they all like kind of look the same, they might all perform the same in its ability to like hold the wire properly. So for that matter, it's that like I can visibly see that Duroc V2s is like a different design. So I'm gonna go with Duroc V2s. I don't know if there are anything else like out there, if there's any other design out there that's supposed to look like Duroc V2s. If there are, I'll buy it. But quite literally, the only stabilizers I've ever really liked and enjoyed here have been these V2 Smoky, the V2 Transparent, or the Prime KB V2 Alpaca stabilizers that are also still by Duroc. So those are my thoughts here. I think I needed to go a little bit longer on this guy. Okay. Let's call this done. And I typically guess that the 7U is always like the rightmost here, but I'm never fully certain. Let me just check that real fast. Wipe my hands down in case I got any BDZ. Oh, did you see the analog pocket? I'm not familiar with what that is. Tell me more. Looks like it. Oh, is that an HHKB? Oh. I have not seen this. But what I do know is Boxy Pixel. Boxy Pixel is like a different, like I guess designer slash maker slash producer who does housings for like actually like these types of metal reproductions that in some ways, like I think they use like possibly like new screens, but otherwise like use old used internals of actual old stuff. These types of devices that are here, I'm gonna guess that like it's probably largely emulation or something, unless this is like another one of those where they're using old parts, which would be pretty sick. But this is a really pretty thing. It's cool. This one supposedly doesn't do ROM dumps. It actually plays with right on. Okay, sick. That's super sick. Yeah, I know Boxy Pixel to do this. Boxy Pixel. So I had learned about Boxy Pixel, I think in part because of that, but also in part because of they do metal Joy-Con housings, and I hadn't seen, at least maybe there are more people who do it now, but at that time, and only to this point because I'm not super into it, they're the only person I know that does it. Aluminum Joy-Con housings. But most of his work is largely in Game Boy Colors, I think. So I actually have the metal shells, and I have more than one set of Joy-Cons. So I bought two pairs of Joy-Con shells, and I actually did one on stream quite a bit ago. And I've always intended to do the other pair, and I still haven't to this point. So I need to get on that too. All right. Real quick, I was going to mention this way earlier, but for those of you who are in here, thank you for being here. If anybody wants a quick sneak peek in advance of packages I'll be opening in the future, I could spill some of the details here. I am soon going to be looking forward to a giant tub of BDZ. Yeah, it's not that giant. It's kind of giant. It's supposed to be 25 grams. I'm supposed to get a 25 gram container of BDZ. So I'm pretty excited about that. So that hopefully will come in the next week or two. Back mobile was crap, right on. Welcome back. Hope you're good. Where's your orders? Yeah. I got mine from lube.no. It's interesting because I'd heard of lube.no before, but I didn't actually think it was really practical to buy from them because they're overseas, like, you know, they're in another country. But then I looked at it and I realized this price on 25 grams of H60 BDZ is like actually like better. It's better than like domestic, even after shipping and all that. Then on top of that, knowing that it's 25 grams, I'm gonna hope that it comes in like one giant 25 gram tub rather than like five 5-gram tubs, you know? That's what I would hope. Just takes forever to get here. Okay, right on. Good to know. I hope I have enough to last forever here until that the forever that you're detailing for future builds. A single jar, right on. So hopefully that forever you're referring to is just like a month, and I hope that I have a month's worth of BDZ left. Especially knowing I'm trying to accelerate my keyboard building speed. I gave a bunch of it to 20V, right on. Oh, I intend to use it. Yeah, I got builds. For months. I remember it was during my build-a-thon in August that like I realized I ran out. I ran out of BDZ at one point, and fortunately I did have like a backup jar. I was just so curious to see like how long this would last me. Okay, so you know what else is I need to I didn't think about this, I didn't consider this during all this time, but I need to find a spacebar switch. So how about this? Maybe I should put this to a vote. What do you guys think? Should I use an entirely... I'm going to need to use a different spring for sure. But should I use a different switch a la like old cherry boards that are like, they use MX Brown, but then they'll use like an MX Clear in the switch? Or should I retain the pewter stem knowing it's a light tactile and then just put a heavier spring? I don't know if that makes sense, but I'll run a poll here. Look at this, they have a limit. There's like a character limit in these poll options. It's ridiculous. Two-stage long spring? Nah. What I like is I guess two-stage makes sense, but I don't know that I have heavy enough ones. I typically use 78 grams for space bars. Just I feel like that's the best course of action for me for space bars, but I don't have a 78 gram anything for multi-stage. I remember in the distant past, people recommended not using heavy springs in light tactile switches like MX Brown, or I guess now would be like Pewter, Cateron Brown, whatever. people recommend not doing it because they would say like, oh yeah, like why would you do that? Like part of light tactility is that you kind of need a light spring because a heavier spring, this is what they've said, a heavier spring would reduce your ability to determine that it's a light tactile switch even more so than a light spring. Like people worry about linearizing light tactile switches. And so like I know that like people, I've heard like Lightning say this, and I've heard other people say this, like you don't want to lube the legs of a tactile switch because you'll lose tactility. I think that I've also heard in the distant past, years and years ago, people saying don't put a heavier spring in a light tactile switch because you'll lose its like tactile character, what little tactile character it has. So, but it looks like we're winning 2-0 and just putting a heavier spring in the pewter. So, I guess that's just what we'll have to do. That argument's not a winning one. I do have just like, and I'm starting to just leave it here. I have an MX, a Sprit Slow 2 in 78 grams, and this has typically been pretty nice in making sure my space bars get returned. Can't wait till I start messing with my metal space bars. The only reason I don't like lubing tactile legs is that tactiles have that open space between the leg, which is easy to pull up some lube there. I see. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, honestly, like, literally anything can happen. Anything kind of bad, you know, which is, that's true. Like, you could pull some lube in there. It also could be that maybe there's just, like, sometimes too much variance in spring weights. There might be, you know, tolerance issues for individual stems or housings. I think it's tough. It's tough that, like, I find it to be the case that, like, every situation is always different. And that you can't, like, it's troubling when people, like, misattribute something bad that they're experiencing to something bad that went on in the build. Do you know what I mean? Let me give an example. A lot of people used to do, this was like before like custom springs were a big thing. People would try to make ergo clear switches, which is like a Cherry MX clear stem with like 60 gram like Cherry MX blue, brown, or red springs. And the thing is that, like, you can do it, just you're gonna have some like consistency issues. Like, how do I put it? Like, if you have, like, if you're trying to, okay, let me put it this way. I've done this with a TKL, and say for example you have exactly 87 switches, 87 clear switches, and then you have 87 60 gram MX blue, brown, or red springs. Some of them, like if you were to Franken switch this, some of them will return, some of them won't. And there's no telling what the problem could be. It could be in the spring. It could be like a spring tolerance issue. It could be something wrong with individual stems. It could be something in the housing. It could literally be anything. It could be how much lube you put in, or maybe no lube. Maybe you put too much, maybe you put too little, maybe you had none, and maybe that was an issue. Could be any number of things. But if you had exactly 87, like a good number of them would work and a good number of them wouldn't. If you had 1,000 of them, then you'll just do all of them, and you'll notice like half of them don't work, half of them do. Then just take 87 of that sample size and just like rebuild it. But when you try, like, the reason I bring this up is because some people might have issues with their builds in like Twitch streams or like you know, YouTube videos, and then they'll kind of like just fly off and say like there's an issue here and this is what it is, and it might not even be the right reason. A similar thing has, I feel like, I don't know, like it's kind of happened with like the V1, or I don't know if you call them V1, but like the Everglide Aqua Kings. I think they've come out and kind of announced and admitted here that there was an issue with like top housings. But like there's a chance that like you had this whole first revision of these Aqua Kings and everything was perfectly fine because you lucked your way into your board's amount of switches that you bought, and everything just happened to be okay. Unfortunately, that was not the case for me, but theoretically you could have done it and everything would have been fine and you would have found this to be like a super smooth switch. Who knows? I think I was reading one of Theremin Goat's reviews on that. He's just like, people shit on him for that Aqua King review he had because he said that they were really, really, really good. Most people had some issues. And he's just like, well, I'm just like reviewing what I got in my hands. Like, how can you get mad at that? Yeah. Okay, I'm like gonna be completely unable to like put this in without making this worse. So I just feel like I should throw this brush away. I'm gonna do it. I don't remember where it came from. Oh no, I touched the cloth part that had all the lube. Yeah, some people don't just simply want to admit they made a mistake. Some people also don't want to admit that like there's a possibility that you just might not know. And it's in some ways I feel like it's okay. It's okay to just be as vague about why something might not have worked, but you worked your way through it. You know? I don't know. That's what I think. Alright, I'm gonna go wash my hands because got loopy. Side note, I'm pretty hungry and I'm supposed to work out after this, but maybe I should like munch on something now. Because I feel like if I eat between the time I finish and then when I work out, I won't have had enough time to digest. Snacky poo. Like I was working on a Franken switch with Lumia's boba stems and JWK bottoms, and with all the testing, the boba stems are just way too low tolerance and would just bind on all the tops. Yeah. And the thing is that like it is probably the case that you can just like do this forever. You could just keep doing it and then eventually find some that don't bind. And then you can eventually continue finding some that don't bind until you have enough to fill a keyboard. The question is just like, it becomes like, do you or anybody else like really want to do that? You know? Exactly, yeah. And like you can keep trying to like reason it, but it's just like it just comes down to like, do you want to? I feel like I wasn't supposed to put this one in first. It was okay for me to, but I didn't know, kind of wasn't supposed to. Like I had one good switch on the first one, I was like, cool, and then I did 9 more without testing, and bam, I hit it. Oh man. Oh, nightmare. Nightmare, dude. Alright, I'm just gonna try to throw on some random ones here until I can determine that alignment is okay. okay enough to start doing some stabilizer testing. We are 2 hours in, and this is as far as we've gotten. Because of course. It's like I don't even know if it's worth testing this right now because I need to change the spring. And there's a chance, like I've seen this before too, where like I might need to put on heavy springs on either one of these. And sometimes it's not even both. It's just like one or the other. I ended up playing with it on my macro pad, clicking it for like an hour, and it was still binding bad with the slowest returns in the world, and dear God, my thumb was sore. Oh no. That vaguely reminds me of when my thumbs were hurting trying to get those. I don't like naming Franken switches, but getting those switches into my honey board, my HP60, and I was just like, my thumbs were hurting. My thumbs were hurting that night. It was bad. All right. I'm gonna pull this out. Yeah. We're gonna crack this open, and here's what I'll do. I'll lube one of these springs, one of these heavy springs. I just hate how like sometimes I'll be filming these and then like the sticker gets all fucked up, or the film gets all messed up. And I'm just like, oh god. Okay. So I need some tweezers. I'll grab this little thing of oil. Brush some of this oil on. And I'm just using the Lumia tops with the Lumia stem, but they sound super nice. Let me check that out in just a second after I lube this guy up here. This brush has also seen better days. Truthfully. Sometimes I just try to get it super oily. I don't think it's necessary. But sometimes I just try anyways. I'm so curious. Here we're about to put a heavy spring on this brown, or this pewter, light tactile. Feels like doing surgery on a grape. It is, yeah, I can see what is happening. It's like kind of, it feels kind of linear-ish. Someone get Chris some brushes for Christmas. I have a ton of brushes. It's just, they're like the cheap Amazon 30 pack, and I just like, I'll still try to like savor these brushes. And I know it's pointless. It's like 30 brushes for $8. I know, I should just be throwing these away after like single use. All right. Let me go grab, guys. Just as an FYI, look at this. Look at how it looks. These switches look so good on this plate. But I'm gonna go grab. My intent here was always to run Dolch on this GMK Dolch. I have this like old run of it. I think it might have been like R2-ish of GMK Dolch. Grab something to snack on. Let me get through. Maybe I'll snack. I will snack before I start soldering. Maybe that's what I'll do. It does kind of feel interesting, like it's linear, kind of. Seems good so far. Revered reverse spacebar. Wait, is this not a? It's not a reverse. It's forward. How heavy of a spring did you go with? I went with a 78 gram Sprit Slow Extreme 2, which is what I've been using in my last few builds. Yeah, I think this is good. Reversed reverse spacebar. All right, I got a question for you guys. So, I don't know if this is a question. I don't know if I should be asking this, but I guess I have to now that I've started it off. I'd like to do more giveaways. I would. But part of me is just sometimes like, maybe I should wait for like a subathon to do so, maybe like when I hit like 1,000 followers, but I feel like I'm pretty far from that. Pretty far from 1,000 followers. Isn't the sequence 2 Ramapolar amazing? It's good. Just chill. Would love giveaways. Don't do it if you can't afford it, man. Such an improvement. It's not that I can't afford it, it's just that like little giveaways I think are probably, I feel like, kind of nice. Sequence 1 was so I never tried the sequence 1. I also realized I think I need to make sure that these are fully closed before I mount these. I mean, I think if I've mounted these already it should be fine. Let me just check what I've done so far to be sure. Yeah, I'd love to do some giveaways, and I feel like I have some interesting stuff, but sometimes honestly I'm just like, it's a little weird. Like it's a little bit weird because I know that sometimes honestly I just forget. I forget to run them. Sometimes I'm just like, I don't know if this is weird, but sometimes there's like kind of maybe not enough people to make this, like I feel like at some point it's just like the giveaway is being run among like 4 or 5 people, which I guess shouldn't be a problem. And then I have different varying like levels of giveaways, some of which like would not make sense for a subathon because they're so small. But in some cases, like some of these things are like, I feel like kind of rare-ish. So I don't, and then like here's a night like tonight where I'm trying to go to the gym, so I don't know if I can run one if I keep running late. That's the other problem. Anyways, I have something that's kind of small and interesting, which was like, and I always just forget. I forget that I have it. they're like this old like run, like this group buy, this GMK group buy of like random colored space bars. And I feel like they're very small, but like I can't imagine, I don't know if they're common. So it's like, am I getting rid of something that's really valuable? But on the other hand, I'm just like, I would never use these because like I don't like accent space bars. Personally, I don't like accent space bars. So it's like, I don't like throwing them on things. So they just kind of sit away. 7U, I think they might be 7U. I can go check. So it's like, maybe I could just throw giveaways for like, or I could do giveaways like what for one space bar at a time. 4U and 6U. I'll go check. I'll go check shortly. Let me mount all these switches first, and then we can take a look at these. The thing is, like, what also sucks is that like it's like I don't have an unlimited amount, so at some point these are gonna disappear. Like at some point, like if I start giving them away, like it's not like I have a million of them, you know. I'm guessing I used full touch caps or full touch control. I know that this mat is so dirty, so I'm gonna pour this out. So check this out, guys. This is interesting because this was like a very early run of Dolch, GMK Dolch. Like Dolch is based off of like a Dolch pack cherry key set. But there's like some interesting like side print legends that are actually double shot. They're not even like pad printed. But on top of that, like a problem among some of these like old GMK sets, the big problem I've always had is like their lack of like general compatibility with HHKB specifically. Like knowing I only use HHKB, one thing I really hated back in like 2015, 2016, 2017 was that like sets just would not run with HHKB compatibility. I just hated that. So cool. Yeah, we'll take a closer look at this when we get there. But they just wouldn't have HHKB compatibility. So I have these cool ass sets that I'm just never gonna use. Like, cause they're cool because they're old. But like, when will I use them? Is that a Windows 7 logo? Yeah. Okay. So here's the other thing too about that. So this Dolch run was a few years back before HHKB compatibility. And then what happened was one of the reasons I got back into keyboards within the last like year and a half, 2 years now, was because of the pandemic. The pandemic happened. I started talking to Ada. She wanted to play some games. I realized I had a bunch of keyboards in the pantry I hadn't touched for 3 years. I go back and I look and I realize, shit, this Dolch set, like I have this Duck Eagle V1. This Dolch set I really want to use because I just had it here, but it doesn't have HHKB compatibility. So I went back to the people that ran this key set. It was Originative. And I asked, like I noticed that they had like multiple rounds of GMK Dolch. So I went back and realized, shit, this GMK Dolch has HHKB compatibility. Let me just hit them up and say like, hey, can you sell me these individual keys? They actually agreed to it. Like I said, like, can you send me this? And there's just like $5 a key, which is pretty damn pricey, to be perfectly honest. But to me, was still worth it. It was worth it over buying like a new set and then trying to sell this old one. But then I get to keep some of the cool, like interesting stuff while meanwhile having some of this weird other stuff. So there was like a Windows, what was it? Windows 8, Windows 7. I don't know what that was, but we'll look at it again soon. But some of these keys are like, they're like weirdly colored. Like they were like accent HHKB kit keys. Like, let me just show you guys. I think like I ended up having, I think it was another kit. It was another kit where I had an accent and backspace. It was like teal backspace, which is like interesting, but like kind of like ugly in my opinion. I could probably like find the rest of it, but it's just like, maybe it's in this, might be in this box here. Yeah, so here's a bunch of accents. Yeah, here it is. Right there. Accent. I had this accent teal backspace key for HHKB, and I was like, I hit up Originative just asking like, hey, can you sell me one that's not an accent? It's like I get accent enter, I just don't get this. Yeah, so furthermore, just going back to it, I've definitely had some interesting things here. I've had some interesting things, some of which is just like I didn't know that it would become interesting to this state. They sold me the Chris Special, and I feel like I kind of want to become I want to become a vendor for the Chris Special HHKB like kitting for old sets, and like no one would buy this. Like I'm really just buying it like here's the reality. I have DSA Retro, like SP DSA Retro, and I don't have HHKB kitting for this. So what does that mean? This means that in order for me to get HHKB kitting for it, I have to find someone who has it, which they're just hard to find because it's such an old set. So that's probably not going to happen. The other alternative is that I need to go to SP and say like, hey, can you run 100 of these kits, like where I need like three keys. And so I'd essentially be fronting what, like hundreds of dollars just for keys, like for myself to hit an MOQ, just so I could get keys for my individual set, and then I could just vend the rest. By the way, Vex the Pogger, 6 minutes ago, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Slowly amassing one of each kit, then someone actually orders a kit. I was not actually... Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what would happen, basically. Look at this theme here. Like, I feel like, you know what would look really good on this? And like, I don't know, GMK Wild or something, but I don't really like two-tones like that. I feel like there'd be a handful of sets that would look really good with what you're seeing right now on screen. Like, these are pewters, which like I've always like imagined to like kind of look brownish, but when I started doing them individually, they look kind of copper or like bronze. And now I'm looking at it here against the olive. It just like, it kind of also looks like kind of this dirt green. It's like pretty interesting, I gotta say. All right, I've just mounted all these. As promised, I will show off this space bar, these space bars that I have. Some of them are just like not even part of that group buy, but they could just be harvested space bars or like SP space bars as well. Take a look here. Patina brass, yeah. There you go. Whoops. All right, so I think these are GMK stock colors, and some of them are also this. I think this is just like a long cherry. I think this is an 8U cherry 8U space bar. So there's that. Some of these you could tell by the rounded corners, they're SP. So some of these are SP. This is SP. But yeah, here we go. So I'm pretty sure, I think this is 7U. Yeah, a lot of these are 7U. This is like a magenta. This is like Tai-Hao or something. I don't think you guys care about this. Looks like we have a 6.25 teal. This is a 7U orange. This is another SP. This looks like Dolch. This might actually match the Dolch spacebar that we've been using. It's another, what I think is Tai-Hao. Dolch. Okay, I think what I'm gathering here is that it was 6.25 and 7. And here's like, interestingly enough, I think this is a 7U black that I think is harvested from a cherry, and it's super shiny and scratched up. Oops. Oh, what the heck? I think I have two of these magenta and 7U. There's a green 6.25, another 7U orange. So I think I have multiple 7U orange and magenta. Just shine up that shined up black one to a good polish. Here's a 6. It's weird. Some of these are like, I got doubles. I got double of a 6.25. It's a cherry 6.25. Another Dolch 6.25 and then SP. Was this just like a blind box buy? I am not going to lie, 20V. I do not remember. I think they showed off like, hey, here are the colors we're gonna run these space bars in, and like part of my guess is that like maybe possibly they sent me like doubles and like instead of like one of each size between 7 and 6.25. I'm not certain. We could probably find the group by thread. So, okay, let me also make this admission here. I don't know what you guys think. In some ways, this is a more broad discussion, but in some ways I kind of think, do you guys consider me a keyboard streamer? Because like I know that like I started off streaming Nintendo games, and I absolutely still want to come back and stream Nintendo games, but I have too much keyboard content that I should be streaming instead. I do photography stuff. I've done just like other streams. I don't know if you guys consider me a keyboard streamer, but I've always considered like what are some similar streams I could do should I ever run out of builds, which it feels like is not going to happen because I keep buying shit. Anyways, what I was thinking was, you know how people do like IC and GB reviews? I was kind of thinking like, what if instead of like the common IC GB review stream, like I reviewed interest checks and group buys in the distant past. Like I'd look up like all these failed ICs. I'd look up like old group buys that ran, you know, like pre 2017. I don't know. I always just like wondered if you guys would like find that interesting, but it's just like I can never like I could never reasonably like schedule a stream like this because I'm just like I have too much things I need to build. Personal user Olive K, yep, HHKB Olive K. I'm excited to put this together. All right. Go to that page 50 in the IC page out. Let's see if it came out and how it looks. All right, everything here is a mess, so give me a second while I try to get everything back in order. I don't even know, this was not where this came from, was it? Saying this already, 38 O-ring won't work on PCB or HHKB. What does it come with? Does it come with 30A? Because I think that's all I have. And also, what happens? What happens when you use it? It comes with 50A and 30A? I see. Got it. Okay. What happens with 30A out of curiosity? It's good to save me some time. I appreciate the hint here. 30 is too soft and doesn't hold tight enough on HHKB. Okay, is it because of like the corners? Like it needs to like almost kind of like bite into some switches? Yeah, I see. Got it. Thanks for the heads up. Appreciate that. Sorry, I'm still working my way here to close and clean up. What do you put 2 switch bottoms in the empty slots? Oh, that's interesting. So you could. And then you'd have to solder them in too, right? Or you should solder them in. So you can do 38. Bottom housing is still a bit too tall and interfere with the blockers. What if you got rid of the metal contact leaves? Could you do that? I'm sure I can round up some bullshit. I think I have some like busted up like OP black. Yeah, let's wait, why the hell not? Like let's do this. Let's 30A this. If we so please here. I definitely have some busted OP black bottoms that will just kind of be there. I'm gonna make a switch delete bottom housing blockers and market them to HHKB users. I mean, I've been meaning to like, I've always thought of like just the idea. The idea of like cause KBD fans, they had that 5-degree case and they'll sometimes like sell literally one color of those blockers, just separately. Okay, so let me see if I'm understanding this right. What you are saying is that there's a chance here that the top case is like too tall for it. Is that right? Like, so there's the side railing and then this contact leaf. I guess like one thing I can consider is you could bend this leaf. I don't know. I'm trying to think of this, because I don't want there to be like some unintentional contact between like the leaves. So basically, I'd have to safely kind of get rid of it. Solder it down. Well, the problem with bending the leaf down is that you might actually hit the 2 points that make contact. Cut the plastic prongs. For the metal part. If you bend it over, you could be bending it over so that it's constantly making contact. Right? Cut the leaf. Damn. You guys always make my streams interesting. I think sometimes I do too, but it's like always with these, like anytime I have to snap something, this stream just becomes way more fun. Solder the switch and then cut the leaves. Wait, why not cut it first? I'm gonna get some goggles. Oh, is it to keep it in? I'm guessing you're to keep it in place, huh? That's the situation. Where are my goggles? Also, maybe I'll just put this soldering iron. I gotta plug that in and get that off. Where are my goggles? There it is. Might make Blues, yeah. That makes sense. Okay. That does not belong to that. Chris here is making a 1138 HHKB. Okay. I need this guy. I got my attention here. I appreciate you guys being here tonight and coming up with these crazy ideas with me. Well, it's all you guys, actually. I mean, I didn't do much. Okay, this thing wasn't plugged in all the way. HHKB rattle, hold my beer. Watch this be a giant disaster. Alright, while we're waiting, let's try cutting off these side pieces here. It's like nail clippers. Yeah, these are snapping all over my apartment right now. Thanks to you guys. Let's do this. Wait. How badly do you even need to solder this? Like, you really only... I'll just do it. I'll do it. I'll do it and then we'll figure it out later. Take this off. He almost figured we were trolling. We can do this though, right? We can. I believe it. Okay. Should I really try cutting these, cutting the metal? What y'all think? Let's try it out. I'm gonna try to like see what the most strategic way of doing this is. Oh. 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 Interesting. Okay, there's part of that. What HHKB relevant? Dude, I mean, like, what if this works? You know? It might still shake though with 38 due to it just being generally soft. We'll have to see though. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? I mean, it's like if this doesn't work, you just replace the O-ring, right? And like even worse, like if there's anything worse than that, it would be like what, just desolder these switches and use 50A. Like that's the worst, right? Like the worst thing that's gonna happen here is I desolder these and then use 50A. .50A would still work. Well, what I'm considering here is what would not work about this is like if this is still somehow too tall for the top case. That's my concern of will this work or not. Okay. Here's what I'll do. I'm gonna grab the daughter board and I'm gonna solder like one switch. I'm gonna solder like, let's just solder one in the middle. I'm gonna load down this. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to, let me also turn off one mic. Let's turn off one mic so y'all aren't hearing this fan really loud. I don't know if you guys really do ever hear that fan super annoyingly, but I like taking it off just because. We're gonna go back here and I'm gonna reset. Let's take a look. So the hopes, two hopes here. One is that one, I've soldered the G in or whatever correctly, and then two is that these corners aren't actuating. So I think that's the case. It's HHT. So this is cool. So these guys are in place and they're not making contact. I mean, I guess we possibly could figure out a way for it to, but it's not. So I think this is good. This is what we want. Okay. Oh, interesting experiment so far. I still want to continue filing this down though, because I just want to be sure. Like, I have no idea how close it's gonna be because there's this whole portion of this protruding out of here. Also, one thing you may notice is that I'm left-handed, but I use scissors with my right hand. It is one of the very few right-handed things I do. I love bringing this out here because this just always makes, oops, this always makes the keyboard like build so much more interesting when I have to snap something off. Whenever I have to make a cut, like these get very stupid, and I love it. Klaus, welcome back. That was a quick restart. Alrighty, let's get it. No time prediction today. We're just gonna go at it. Hopefully try to finish within, I don't know, maybe the next hour-ish. Let me go upside down. Whenever you have to support the PCB and plate, cardboard and tape. Yep. Also, by any chance, do you have extra M2 screws? I do, like the stabilizer length ones, right? Are those necessary? Is that something I need, or is that something you need for me? Like, you want me to send you some, or? Case screws for the K? I see, okay. Yeah, I mean, mine came with like a little baggie of what I imagine are case screws. Some had problems with their case screws being a bit too soft and, oh, okay. I wonder what the tops are. And I had like a whole thing of M2 screws of like different lengths, in case like these stabilizer ones don't work. But I have no, like, I swear to you, I bought this, I spent like 10 bucks on this, we were playing with it, and I do not know where I put that little box. Very stupid, I recognize. M2 5M is the size I use the case screws and for the daughter board. Oh, interesting. I think my thing was like, it wasn't like a flat top, it's one of those they're countersunk, and on top of that they only went to like even lengths, so it'd be like 4 or 6. Also, just FYI, guys, I don't know if anyone knew this, but this is my very first like Gummy O-ring build, like, ever. So, thank you guys for being here for it and thank you for helping me out. I'm gonna do all these edges at this point now. Yes, sir. I cannot wait to see the build finish so I can show my girlfriend because she loves green. Ken's Keys, welcome to the stream. Interesting. In that case, it's like I have a green key set, but it's like it's not at all something that matches with this, and it's also not cherry profile. Klaus, Ken, you're just in time for the fuckery that's going on. Yeah, no, I'm curious to see how I'm gonna feel too. I just so you guys know, I have SA nuclear data. It's on another board mounted right now. I was always intending on throwing on Dolch here onto this board, but I don't know if it's worthwhile to throw in a green key set, even though it's like SA. SA is like a little funky, in my opinion. Yeah. Cop GMK Olive for this? Ooh. I was thinking getting Olive Noir. I like single tone sets, personally. I do kind of see the appeal of certain two-tone sets with, like, to go along with certain case designs and case colors. So I can understand, like, Olive would look pretty good on this. Round 2 and then wait 3 years and you're good. Olive's on my list of, like, you know, it ends at the end of this month. And I'm thinking, like, maybe I'll get it. And we'll just, like, wait for 2023. No big deal. Just saying CRP would look really clean on this too, yeah. I have one CRP set, but it's like R3. And in my opinion, how R3 handled HHKB kitting was like kind of a hot mess. Like, there was either beige or white, and beige meant like the top row pipe / key was in the mod color, and the white was not the same as the alpha color of the beige set because the white matched the Japanese, or the Japanese pink. That was hot. So it's like, it kind of like, you just kind of get there if you use your imagination, but it's like, it was just annoying. So I do have R4 on the way from the American group buy. R4 America. I know that some people have R4 from like the Taobao buy. My R3 is Tulip, and I was just like, oh, maybe I'll figure something else out about this, but kind of sucks because it's like Tulip's so nice. I feel like I should have got Tulip again and then tried to sell my R3 in the meantime. I bought it secondhand, so it was just like, I got it super expensive. I don't think I'm even soldering in the correct leg. I think I am. Restarting again. Right on. We're almost done with these edges here. Frank! What's going on? Good to see you! We're doing a little soldering, having a little fun here. We're trying a very, very interesting experiment on this. As whenever we can make the build interesting, I think it's just better. And we are definitely making this build interesting. Frank, if you care to know, look, I have all the switches soldered in. So Frank, if you care to know, basically there's a widespread thing going on about how on the K you can't use the 30A O-ring. It's a Gummy O-ring board. You can't use it without this whole situation rattling, because it needs to bite against the corner switches. They did not send me a Winky top, no. So the way we've made this build fun is, why not solder in switch bottoms in its place, and meanwhile make those bottoms flush. We're trying to make the bottoms flush with the case, so we had to like cut off both the plastic and the metal that exists from the switch bottom and the corresponding leaf. So it is still an HHKB, but we're soldering some extra switch bottoms just to make it look, just to make it work. So take a look at that. These are just soldered in like this. So it is still an HHKB. However, for those curious, I don't know if anybody's seen this in my Discord, but we are doing a non-HHKB build tomorrow. We sacrificed 2 switches to the HHKB gods. We're doing an HHKB build tomorrow. And I can expound upon that a little bit. So I have in my collection non-HHKB boards. Like I have them, they exist. What I've come to realize is that like I kind of have / want to go along with a plan for them. Just use them as like solder, not hot swap. I'm not gonna be able to change them super easily, but use them as A/B testing boards against each other, even though like the boards are pretty different. So let me list to you guys the ones I can think of in my brain. I have 2 Philcos. One of them is a beige Philco. It's like in a beige case. The other one is in an aftermarket metal case. After that, I have a Litster stacked acrylic Philco, which, as I understand in my mind, I think is one of the first ever iterations of a stacked acrylic keyboard. I can't find any record of any stacked, like the idea of using, in the mechanical keyboard hobby, a keyboard that had a stacked acrylic housing. So it's kind of like something that I imagine a historical piece. And then after that, I have a KMAC LE. So that counts for 4 boards that I have that are TKLs. And what I was thinking was, can I use these as A/B testing to, kind of display switches that I match with the boards themselves and or would not actually use for other builds practically. So with all that said, in my mind, what I think I'm going to do is the Philco Alu, I'm going to put in penguin switches, which are meant to be like some like a knockoff, or they're meant to mimic Ergo Clear switches. Past that, I also have actual clear switches for which I want to ergoify. And then after that, I have coming in some point, I think next week, some OP gray switches. So I think I might put the OP gray switches, I think, in the KMAC. No, I might put the Ergo Clears in the KMAC, and then I might put the OP gray switches inside of the Litster stacked acrylic. So tomorrow's build is the Philco Alu. I'm gonna throw in some penguin switches in. Ada and I worked on these switches a little bit ago, and I'm just like trying to find a place for them. And I ordered more than 70, so that's kind of the reasoning why. It was just a dumb, long-winded explanation of what my build plans are. I actually have like full plans for all these builds for the next several months. Will be the same time as this stream. I'm gonna try to make it the same time as this stream, yeah. And hopefully I won't be wasting quite as much time as I have today. knowing that I spent like 45 minutes trying to fix the skeleton, the screw issues on the skeleton. I spent like, I doubled up on stabilizer lubing time. What else here? We've done this like stupidly interesting thing here with these corner switches. Alright, I'm also gonna spoil a little bit. I know that every stream, my PCB is a mess. Now, I don't personally care because these are all personal builds. But tomorrow, I'm supposed to be having a bunch of toothbrushes come in because I've noticed that there's a recent trend of people using toothbrushes to clean their PCBs. So, those should be coming in tomorrow. Little spoiler. Personal user, I mean it's 1:22 p.m. where I'm at right now. Ah, got it. But yeah, I'll try not to waste too much time for the rest of tonight. I'll try not to waste too much time for tomorrow's build. I still intend and want to work out tonight. Go on a little drive, so. But we'll clean our PCB tomorrow. Okay, I think we've done all the single legs, and let's just inspect a little bit. Do we look good here? I think some of the top ones I can try to push in a little more. I think the bottom ones are probably okay, but let's just go and try. I don't feel like I could push this bottom one any further. Some of these top ones, let me try this guy right here. I really don't feel like I can here either. So I think these should all be good. Alright, so we have the second legs, and I should just try to zoom right through this. So let's go and do that. Do it upside down. I like doing this upside down because I don't like the chance that I'm tilting the iron towards me, and I don't like the possibility of me accidentally burning the plastic legs on these switches. Alright, so these are the annoying ones because, annoying. It's ALPS compatible, the H60 PCB, which means that this other leg that I haven't yet soldered in is just like, it's way bigger of a hole than usual because it has to accommodate for both MX and ALPS legs. So then I have to use more solder, just like takes like a second longer, which, as you can see, adds up to be 1 extra minute at the end of this build. Which we all know is way too long. Alright, so out of curiosity, guys, this December, I mean, I guess there's many questions I can ask, but what group buys have you guys liked this month? What group buys have you liked? What group buys have you joined or will join through the rest of this month? Out of curiosity, I'd like to know what y'all are looking at. Tell y'all a little bit about what I've got. I think I got in on JIS, GMK JIS, white on black. EPBT Yuki Hana to go with my Lamy TKL. I gotta take a look at that. Actually, if you care to, feel free to drop in the link. See how that looks. I'm a little preoccupied trying to get through all the soldering here. Alright, I'll take a look at that shortly. PLX? Wait, is PLX come out this month? I'm like so confused. I think someone, I don't know if it was you, but someone came around last stream saying, "Did you get it on the PLX?" I'm like, "It came out." I want a PLX. Frog Mini comes out? Wait, Frog Mini's this month too? God dang. Oh, this month coming in hot. Yeah, I need those Frog Mini and PLX details. I just joined the Peace Design Discord, so I thought it was like still kind of in the proto stages, but I guess they're probably gonna start that buy soon. They're next year. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Says this month, but no other words. I see. And I need to like... I've largely been like, you know, not really involved or pay attention to the Gion drops just because I know none of them are 60s. Yet. I know that he has like a... What is it? Like an F260 in the works. I know he's had Frog Mini in the works. But I've largely been like not paying attention because I'm just kind of waiting for that stuff to happen. But as I'm not paying attention, it's like, well, I don't know the updates. So I need to go talk to all the folks who are there for the TKLs and say like, hey, what's the word? Can you guys keep me in the loop? Message me, message me when you know the frog's gonna drop and all that. I don't think it'll push through this month, but I don't know. Same, but when I heard about the Frog Mini. Dang, if these boards come out sooner, like through this month, it's like, I was kind of looking at this month like, oh, I might not buy a keyboard this month. I don't know. Tunnel vision that shit. Lamy was such a good deal. 560 with 2 H88s and 2 plates out. Oh wow. So you basically had 2 builds. 560. That's really good. That's chill. So I'm like, we'll fix that for you. Oh, shipping was like 90. It's funny. I'm at this stage now where I'm just like, throughout like my time back in the hobby in the last like almost 2 years now, like I've been always kind of like, oh, get some extra plates, get some extra PCBs in case you want to do another build or in case you fuck up. But I'm like trying to change my tune, where it's like I'm just like, I don't want to do second builds, and I want to feel like confident in my ability to not fuck up the PCBs, you know? But damn, sometimes it's just still hard. Sometimes it's still hard. Like it's just like I can't, like sometimes it's hard to shake it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what if I fuck up? You know, or what if I want to do another build? You know, tough. Like I'm trying not to like spend some money on extra plates and PCBs. Only time you should ever buy a second PCB is if you know you're gonna resell the board down the road. So that too, like yeah, like for some reason having second PCBs and plates, so to have these like second assemblies or second builds, like it's just like that's like a selling point, I think, on the secondary market. It's like weird. People like buying with a fresh PCB, yeah. But like I don't know, like part of me is like, fuck, I don't wanna spend this money anymore. Like I'd rather like invest, instead of doing second builds, it's just like focus on the next keyboard investment, you know? Like use this money towards the next keyboard that I'm also not gonna buy a second PCB for. Dallas, welcome. How's it going? think we're just about done here. The amount of extra PCB and plates I bought, could have bought a few boards. Yeah, no, exactly. I'm just like, why did I do this? Like, I'm like, I have 2 gaff, like for like potential double builds. Is like, that's another thing too. You could always like potentially, double build a tray mount all the time because it's just a tray. But let me think here. I have like I've doubled up for gaff, like gaff 60. I've doubled up for Viper V3, Polaris. Whoa. Huh. Okay. Let's try flip this gently, carefully. Okay. Aria 3-piece. Oh, that's just too much. That's too much. Mode 65 comes around. Hey, Pog. Oh, shoot. Did I miss one? Okay, K is not working. I think I may have just missed a leg. FN works. Okay, I may have just missed a leg for the K key. Yep, it's just not there. Friends and family board that comes with 2 PCB plates already, and then you just got a second, or you got a third. That's nuts, man. Hey, Dallas again, welcome, and Pog on that MO65. Big Pog. I knew it felt like I missed one here, so. There it is. Alright, we good. We are good. Nice, guys. Good job. High fives for everybody. Gonna watch Spooderman tomorrow. Nice. Tomorrow, I'm guessing that's tomorrow night. No one near me within 2 seats, so I'm happy. Nice. Okay, so I'm gonna power the solder iron down, and we're gonna test out whether or not this potential 30A HHKB K is gonna work. I really don't know what to expect here, but let's just try it out. Let me also clean this whole thing up. This 5-head idea worked, but we don't know that yet. We don't know if it's worked yet. We gotta put it together to really see if it works. So let me get rid of all these guys. I'm gonna go wash my hands. Wash this little BDZ rag here too. Okay. Let us roll this guy up. Get this dirty ass solder mat out of the way. Solder and hot swap with palm and FR4 plates. Right on. I'm not a big hot swap guy. I feel like I had a bad experience. I used to largely hate the idea of hot swap because I was like, no, I want to solder. But now I have an actual reason for hot swap, which is just like, I've had some switches that were just too tight in the sockets. And I'm just like, ah, this is just such a disaster to remove. And then I had some housings that got messed up. But, you know, to each his own. If you're not gonna like lift them out, or you know, if you're pretty confident in keeping the building, it's chill. And I'm sure like hot swap sockets are like all different, so some people it can be more useful. I still contend I like soldering. Selling my hot swap boards and only keeping one of them for switch testing. Yeah, that's what I'm doing for my my Ramakaras. Okay, install daughter board. Okay, let's bring this back into view here. Do you need a weight for your Karas? I have one weight and one dampener. The dampener is ass. I'll say that. Dampener is ass. The weight's pretty chill. So I only have one weight though. So I'm like, if I'm like A/B testing, then I'm just like I'm gonna keep everything out of it because I don't have two weights. I have an extra weight I don't need. Yeah, dampener is ass. I have an extra. Okay. I don't know. I'll see if I take it because I'm like also thinking there's just gonna be some point where I'm probably gonna get rid of one of the Karas, but I don't know. It's good for A/B testing. I'll say that. My car is running buck naked, no nothing. Yeah, I mean it's just such like a affordable, like, you know, it's just cheap board. Like, why would you? I don't know. Like I personally don't have any reason to spruce it up, knowing that like my collection is just like all over the place. Like I have affordable boards. I have like some like nicer boards. I personally don't see like any really great reason to try to like really spruce up a Kara. That's my work board I bring around since it's pretty light. Yeah. Brass bottom K for the desk. So these right here are the M2 screws that you're referring to, that people may have stripped. Or am I thinking of this differently? Is there like another? Yeah. I see. So these heads are like pretty flat, and they're also, yeah, they are 5mm. So I only have countersunk screws, and I don't know where they are. And I also don't know if they're the same pitch. So I would worry about that a little. Oh, that is interesting. That's pretty cool. I've never known how these like seamless, how these seamless boards really worked, but that is interesting how this is set up here. I was just keeping chill with them unless you get replacements. Okay. What I think then is, would it not make sense to... Where are the daughter board screws? Oh, they're there. It's like, how do I put this? Like, I've already unscrewed these once, so I've already softened them to some extent. Would it not make sense to put these guys into the daughter board and then use these fresh ones on the case? One mod I would suggest for brass bottom K, in case you're interested. What's that? Again, you got me curious here. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna use these. I'm gonna use these old ones on the daughter board. What you think about that? I don't like have to O-ring the daughter board, do I? Like I'll just screw this in like this? That's just it, right? Shit, did I do it upside down? Which way does... Fuck, I'll just read the directions. Oh no, this is right side up. Okay. The hell, I lose one of those screws already? Oh, there it is. Adding some sort of tape on the contact points. The contact points of this, like right here. Which contact points are you referring to? You may have to school me a little more. I may not fully understand. Where the top and bottom housing meet, right here? You happen to have any like picture? Yeah, okay. If you can find a picture, it may prove to be helpful. Okay, let's try this. Hey guys, it's time. Let's try the 30A. 30A HHKB. Again, first time ever doing a gummy O-ring situation here. So bear with me while I struggle through this. Okay, okay, this works. So you really just like kind of use it like a rubber band? Is that right? Oh shoot, also was I supposed to use clip-ins? Was this supposed to be clip-ins for the space bar by any chance? I'm kind of remembering that as like a thing. Uh-oh. Did I blow it? Wait a second. Hold up. I don't use clip-ins on mine? Yeah, no, I'm realizing here that they included stabilizers. Like, if they included stabilizers, did they include like a some random like clip-ins for two of those stabilizer housings? You only need clip-ins for full backspace? Okay. That does look a little bizarre though, no? How this is like jutting out a little more, but it does look like we have that hook, that proper hook on the on that side there. Oh shoot, I realized you guys can't even see. Look at this. I was on that wrong one for so long. I apologize for that. Yeah, you'll see when you mount the board. Okay. Okay. Let me continue reading these instructions and see if you guys can help explain where the supposed tape is supposed to go. That O-ring won't really mess with the space bar. school me, guys. We're I'm guessing the tape we put on the brass bottom, which hasn't happened yet, because this is saying right here to flip this upside down and start with this. I hear a rattle. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe sent it on Discord. Let's check it out. Ah, so here, add tape here. Okay, like, you know, should I put some like gaffer's tape on there? Like, what's the reasoning for this? All right, let's go grab some tape. So what's the purpose of this, out of curiosity? You can test it first without the tape. No, let's just do it. Let's dive in. Brass bottom has a decent amount of reverb and vibrations. Like, does it rattle though? So that's my question. Is it something like, are we doing something to prevent a rattle, or is this solely just like reverb, just something that makes it sound a little, I don't know what you call it, echoey or bouncy or something? Because if it's a rattle, I want to fix it. No rattle. Okay, I won't do it then. All right, I won't do it for now. Okay, install the top piece onto the bottom by aligning with the screw holes. Ah, I see. Okay, so we need to do a funky thing here, is what I understand. You have to stretch. Yeah, okay. I see. That is interesting. Oh. Ah, I see. So this is why I've heard some people kind of having some issues. They're like, oh, this was not a fun build. And I can see why this part will end up being something that's challenging. Yeah, 38 O-ring. $50 is much more forgiving. I see. I feel like this is so soft that like me using these tweezers is like messing up the O-ring. This is crazy. How the hell? I use the opposite end of the tweezers and just push them in. What if I use the tweezer cover just so it's not so like sharp? How the fuck do you do this? Now I'm curious how the 28 O-ring I'm getting it for my Scarlet is gonna feel like. Whoa. Bruh. This is crazy, dude. Okay, hold up. Like, I wouldn't even, like, look, this is basically what? This is basically the WinKey version, right? And after I put in the switch bottoms. Yet it's still hard to do it. Imagine how easy it would be if you didn't put those. You mean, like, hard? I feel like that would be harder, no? Would that be easier? I feel like that would be harder. I feel like I'm getting something wrong here because, like, it's bending in a way that, like, to me doesn't make sense in the confines of like how this board was designed. Okay, I think I actually got it. But like, fucking shit. Like, you gotta be so careful, just like trying to like assemble this right before you start screwing it in. Like it's just like popped out before I could even like flip it over. Wait. Step 5C is the same thing as 6. They're the same. It's literally the same instruction. Bruh, how would you do 30A even if it wasn't HHKB? This is madness. Actual madness. Like, I feel like the what you're trying to hook it around is step 5, insert O-ring into prong. Step 6, do it again because it popped out. Seriously. Like, the thing it's supposed to hook against is like not tall enough. Beg for Greg, Olive's so good. What's not so good is trying to put this O-ring on. My god. Oh, motherfucker. Okay, I have it right now. I just have to make sure it doesn't loosen up. This is where I would suggest going for 50A. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking bitch, bro. This is some bullshit. tape a bit of cable in the route. Ah. Bro, I'm getting tilted right now, man. Wait, hold on. Okay. Wait. I'm trying to determine here. Okay. I guess I gotta take this out. Yeah, it's this guy. This guy right here. You reading the instructions? I am. I'm trying to figure out, but 0200. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. We're struggling, getting tilted. Okay, so here's my thing about tape. 30 O-ring 1, streamer 0. That's literally the score right now. Okay, so here's my thing. You add the tape, would that not affect, like, you know, the actual mounting feel? Why the hell does it sound like something's rattling in there? It would, I think, beg for Greg, but then personally just says not really. I say drop the bottom housing onto the top. The problem with that is, like, I need something to suspend this in midair because laying it flat pushes the switches in, which would push out the PCB assembly, which could pull the O-ring back out of this. 2 boxes. The Great K rattle. That might be what this is. Thinking here. Okay, what if I use this wrist rest to elevate the top? Okay, the scary thing, okay, Klaus says, I say drop the bottom housing down onto the top instead of the normal way. That is so scary. That's so scary because this weight is so heavy. The weight is like just so heavy. Like, I'm worried I'm gonna fuck something up. I drop it. Now here's what I'm gonna do. This is a workout for your fingers, my pre-workout, my warm-up. I think the key is I need to keep this pushed. Fucking, it fucked up yet again. I felt it get fucked up. You win this time, 30A. Let me see if I get this right. Is it the case that everyone has had as an unenjoyable build of the K as I'm having right now? Why didn't they make it so that the O-ring mounted to the bottom housing? $58 about to come out soon, I can feel it. Now we're in too deep here. Like, it's just that this like O-ring channel here is like, it's just too shallow. Cause this side is like, it hooks on good, but this side is just like too shallow. Okay, have as many people who built with a 38 O-ring enjoyed this as little as I am right now? That's my question. Ah, yes. Stupid. 38 generally accepted to be annoying to work with in the case. So, if I do this, the key is to never open it up again. Is that right? Yep, more or less. Got it. What you want to bet it came out? I think it did, based on this. 38 3 streamer, call it now. I think it won. It's just very hard to tell. Oh yeah, I can see that the O-ring popped out again. Flawless victory. I think that's how it works. What about the tape idea? If I taped it, what would that mean? Like what does it mean if I tape this? No round brown. That's me. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm thinking about this, just like realistically. Like, cause the idea is like I would tape these two corners, like this guy right here, right here, right here, right here, and that would be my best shot of getting it in there. But I'm also like curious of like that has to affect how this is like intended to like be and feel, right? It might reduce the characteristics of the mounting style. Yep. Jesus, I feel like I don't know. Well, I just undid the top, which is surprising. I didn't anticipate that that would happen. It's the bottom ones that are giving me trouble. And now all of them became undone. We gotta get it though. That's the thing. We have to do it. This takes a machine to do this, man. And pretty much in what, baseball, basketball, and hockey. That's a playoff elimination. 4-0. Okay, if I keep this angled, oh god damn. Like, what if I did the drop in idea? I'm most definitely gonna damage something. Not still together. Clank. I think it's already undone. Yep, it got undone. Oh my goodness. "5-0. I'm trying to think here. Okay, so here's my thing. The main issue is literally how this ring is channeled, I think. Cause like it's not even like looping the way that like the channel was like designed. It's a matter of pride. Oh yeah, it's like a sunk cost here. I feel like I gotta do it now. What fun is it if we don't get it by this point? Hold on, let me look at this. Yep, it already got let go. God dang. Oh my god. Hold up. What about 6-0? I think it's 6-0. Okay, wait. So look at that. Look at this. That's so crazy. All I did was flip it. All I did was flip it upside down and it came loose. I'm wondering, do I need to rotate the O-ring? Cause like, I'm not sure like if this is like gotten like the actual strength of the material that the O-ring is made of is like now weak at the point that I've been trying to just like attack it at. But like literally all I did was flip it. And I think like in my head here at this stage, I'm looking at this like we can do this. Like we can like literally we can do this if we taped it. If we taped it down. But like I can't flip this and let this go. So that's what's kind of crazy. Yeah, fuck, it got let go. Like, that's the thing. 7-0. Put keycaps maybe and hold it from there. Put keycaps. Put keycaps. Hold on, give me a second. It's like circling my mind here. How would we do this? I think one thing we can do. Oh, I lost connection. Am I still there? You'll be holding it from the plate. The issue I see is that I can't let this go. Like, the gravity is necessary. So like, I think it's that like once I'm like in that almost like I have to drop it in from the top, what I instead have to do is like flip it into place. Flip the brass in. I'm just like kind of trying to ignore the fact that I think I've touched a lot of metal on metal, so I'm like not sure how scratched up I've done this. Yeah, the top case would be keeping it in. Like I can't flip this over without this guy like just falling out of the part it's hooked onto. This is a two-man job because I think what has to happen is like from this point, I need to flip the entire thing upwards. I need to flip the brass bottom up, which is really hard to do when it's this heavy. So hold on. If I lean it down over, because I have two desk mats that are not 100% on top of each other. Instead, these two desk mats, they're like kind of staggered. So in my head, what I'm thinking is I can lean it on the edge of the top desk mat. Hold on, give me a second while I consider my personal value here. Ow, I just pinched myself with a solder joint. I got it. I think I got it. Oh, did I get it? Oh. I think I got it. That was the plan. That was the plan. You had to get it on like this, and then you had to bring the top, like the bottom up. I'll never open this again. Was it 7-0 or was it 8-0? Or I don't know. How did it finish? Is it 7-1 or 8-1? Oh my god. Now shake it. Wait, do I need to screw it in first? I need to screw it in first before I shake it, right? I'm not gonna shake it now. Eight one now? Okay, 8-1. We should keep that as like a running counter for any time that I might possibly open this back up in the future. At least it wasn't a sweep. A forfeit. And I'm guessing, so like how about this personal user? How tight are you supposed to go on this? Because here's a situation of like, am I supposed to go very tight? At what point is the tightness like, okay, I might strip this screw? So these are the fresh screws. I used the original case screws on the daughter board. Also, am I randomly disconnecting? I'm just curious. Usually as soon as there's resistance and maybe one more rotation. Okay. Okay, I think that's good. So you said shake test. I don't hear or feel any shaking. I think this worked. Oh, I realized I also never turned on my secondary mic. after we finish soldering. I don't feel the shaking. I think this is a success. I think. I think we did it. Guys, side to side shake? Still nothing. I'm trying to picture. So if you don't have these two things right here in there, what shaking is supposed to occur? There's like, instead of like the O-ring would come in at like diagonals, I'm guessing. And so where does the rattle come? Where does the shake? I don't know. I don't know if my question makes sense. I guess I'm like curious. So it comes in as diagonals. Like where does the rattle occur? We fixed the HHKB rattle. Okay. I guess because like I don't know. Like I haven't tried it without it, but. All right, let's mount some keycaps. Let's get the ball rolling here. Oh my God, it's already 10:30. Good Lord. The plate on the PCB would be shaking against like the inside of the case. I see. And I think I gotta like think about it, like reason it in my head, like why that would happen. I can kind of get it, but I think I just need to like shut up and think about it more before I keep talking. Watch, okay. This is my first time doing an O-ring build. Let me throw this out here. I haven't started, but I'm just looking at this like, what if? Now, here's what I will say about like not even preemptively. Y-U-I-O. I don't know if I am like sophisticated enough, and the reason I say that is, what if I personally can't even tell the difference between 30A and 50A. Like maybe it is palpable, but like what if I don't have it? Then it's just like, oh, this is so stupid. Well, personally, the difference is negligible. So this was literally just pride then, wasn't it? All this was just, can we do this board on hard mode? All right. I don't know who else might still be out there, but for anyone who is curious about some of these side legends on this early GMK set, we are on our way to mounting these caps now. You guys should hopefully see it soon. My God. I am still here. Right on. 20V, I think you might want to, if 20V is still out there, you might have wanted to see this, but almost done mounting these keycaps. What y'all think of Dolch on the Olive? I was thinking of going with the nuclear data, but I feel like this is a little bit more subtle. Did you join the GB for the Z60? Not yet. I know that it's going to be running on for a little bit longer, but I do intend to. I am still thinking about colors to get. I do kind of think I might go for the red one or the ruby or whatever, and then kind of look pretty for once. Ah, is my stream dying? Oh, I apologize, guys. I think I'm back up, right? Oh no. Let me know if I'm still around, guys. Let's see. Oh, this is a nice sounding board. Dang, this is rough, guys. I apologize. Hello? Hello? Alright, Seribot, I feel like we need to... Like, Seribot is making this a little bit troubling. Yeah, my internet... It is raining pretty hard here. So, I don't know. I feel like the storm is messing up with the fiber. So, I apologize, everybody. I hope it's not too bad. I kind of am noticing it seems pretty bad. Kind of laggy. Oh no. He's eagerly realized that the O-ring fell up. Huh. Interestingly enough, it appears to be the case that I think I'm out of disk space. My stream machine is trying to record this, and it says my disk is full in negative 596 hours. Dang. All right, hold on. I'm gonna check my own stream here. Give me a second while I try to connect. Okay, am I back? I hope I'm back. I'm here. Okay. Guys, I really apologize for all these connection issues. I am really sorry because like I do want to run a giveaway, but I just don't know that like this is gonna be very fruitful at all. And for this, I really apologize. So, Jesus Christ! Guys, we fixed the K-Rattle time to spread the message of sacrificing 2 switches to the rattle gods. Yep. Yep. All right. Look at this. We'll do a typing test because this feels and sounds really nice in my opinion. So we'll do a typing test, and guys, how do I put this here? We're struggling tonight with our internet connection, especially like here late, coincidentally, like stupidly and coincidentally, like here at the very end of this stream. So we'll do a monkey type here, and I'll try to get in a stream tomorrow. This Filco that we'll be working on that'll hopefully be a little bit shorter. And then on top of that, we'll also try to we'll run some giveaways then. Real quick, just so that you guys can see, and hopefully we don't again disconnect or anything. But if you guys wanted to see some of the side print legends on this early run of GMK Dolch, here you go. We got a I think this is kind of like some kind of Nordic UK like sub-legend system where you have quotation marks, you have the GBP symbol, looks like there's an @ symbol right here, and then you have fuck, I forgot what that symbol is called, but you also have like a separate backtick, and I forgot what that symbol was. It's been a long while. I graduated from college a long time ago, so 1 hour typing test. I mean, wouldn't put it past, but let's try to get in a good theme here. Matcha mocha, maybe, I don't know. Let's just go with this. All right. For the purposes of like not trying to, you know, disturb the fiber optics gods, I'm gonna just like, we're not gonna do a prediction here, but we'll just run some type tests. Hope y'all enjoy. Did a 1 hour test like 3 a.m. last Saturday. My brain shut down so many times. All right, here we go. Guys, olive K HHKB. This is a R2K. We got pewter switches that were, I forgot to mention this. These are JWK Pewter switches, which normally have, I think, a 58 or 58.5 gram spring. And I swapped them out for the EV01 R2 spring that we used for our D60 about a week or two ago, which should be 63.5 grams. So these are 63.5 gram springs inside the pewters. So these are slightly heavier than, say, like Cherry MX Browns, heavier than a lot of these other light tactiles by just a little bit. So far, and just playing with it, I think it sounds pretty good. We also have a 78 gram slow 2 sprit spring in here. And this is an alu plate and GMK Dolch. All right, guys, let's do a 60-second test. Turn this in just a little bit towards my direction. Let's also throw in here this wrist rest. Okay, let's go. Oh God. There you go. 129. We were hot for most of it, but 129, that threshold we usually have, and we actually made it. 129.38. 2 sacrifice switches. Oh, that's right. 2 sacrifice switches underneath the blockers that you had to cut apart. Need some pewters for my K. You're gonna have to gut 2 switches too. Yep. All right. So there you have it. As for let's go back and just like play around with this. So this is a 30A ring, and I don't know what to say. It's a little bit like I'll say that this is strange because like it's a soft ring. I don't know if I've done something wrong here, but I feel like as I'm looking at this, there's not really much flex, and I'm not sure if maybe that's because of the alu plate. So I don't know what you guys think here. Take a look. Sacrificial Gat Reds. Oh, you're right. Okay, guys. Okay, so take a look. I'm gonna do a test where you guys don't see my screen, but you guys can see me type. I don't see any flex, and I'm not sure if that's because of the alu plate or like, I don't know, did I mount it wrong, or did I mess up the tensile strength of the O-ring? I don't know, but just take a look. I sacrificed the Temu Browns in advance. More so just looks like a soft bounce in the hole rather than flex. Do you see a bounce? I don't even see bounce at all, like among the hole. Let me pull this out and just to see. See like a little tiny, the tiniest of bounces, but like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm pretty confused. Also, just FYI, not only did I forget, but like I guess on a good side here, I probably didn't want to, but I guess there was this foam here that I didn't use. I guess there's this foam here I didn't use, but like, to be honest, I like how it sounds right now. Like how it sounds, like how it feels. Very cool, very cool. All right, let me also see. I don't know what you guys think about these Windows keys. I think they're kind of funny looking. But I think if the Windows keys are our accents, I kind of would rather throw in just the regular escape key there. So I'm going to see if I could try to find it real fast. Phone could be there just to protect from the O-ring popping out and the PCB bottoming out. Ah. Could that really be an issue? I guess like I'm trying to understand how it would be constructed when it's fully closed. And it's hard for me to picture. It's hard for me to fully picture. All right, there you go. Foam is for PCB bottoming out. I see. Alternative to, I guess, tape or just like other, like a homemade foam. All right, we went to regular mod and mod escape, and now we just have these guys here as accents. What y'all think? Y'all liked it? Foam could be a yeah, foam is for PCB, especially with a hot swap PCB when it's a bit thicker because of the sockets. I see. I see. Okay. Let's take a look, guys. All right. Oh my god. Okay. Blue Windows keys are a little bit off, but I like them. I mean, I could throw on arrows or something. I kind of like arrows, personally. So I might switch them out at some point. But all right, guys. Let's take a look and see who's online. Looks like Tim is on. Lil Sax is on. Oh, Epsi is on. As is Zanyard. Okay, guys. Let's We'll run some giveaways tomorrow. I apologize for all this. I really hope that tomorrow it's not gonna be like this either, but I guess we'll just kind of have to see. Pepsi, Zanyard. I don't know who I've rated more recently. Let's do Zanyard. Zanyard was here kind of recently-ish. And also there was a situation he at the last moment didn't claim his prize, so let's send him a makeup prize with a raid. All right, guys. Thanks so much for being here tonight. I really appreciate it. Everyone who could make it, and everyone who stuck through the craziness of all of this. We'll be back tomorrow with a Philco build, and we'll hopefully have some giveaways if the internet isn't too bad. What's the message? I don't know. Something. How about I don't know. Something about the 38 ring, I suppose. Yes. All right. Let's do that. Sacrifice 2 switches to VK rattle guts, and let's put on some emotes. One second. How about this? The springs. All right, guys. See y'all tomorrow. Take care. Good night. And we're gonna be rating Zanyard. Peace, everybody.